Good morning, everybody, and welcome to our first Ask Me Anything live stream that we've done in years at this point. Let's see. While everybody's kind of getting in and getting settled, drop some questions in the comments section. I see there's already quite a few, and Steph is going to be kind of handling all of those. And if our audio is off, also let us know because we weren't able to really test this ahead of time. So that's pretty much where we are. I think it's a little loud, but I'll wait till y'all say. Okay, cool. Well, thanks for showing up this morning. This should be fun. I think we're going to hang out here for probably a couple hours. I imagine this is pretty much the only thing I have on my schedule this morning. So it should be a good time, I think. Maybe I can get the chat pulled up on my computer screen. I think that would be handy for me to have available.
I don't know what's going on with my computer over here. Literally nothing happening.
So Steph and I had a good Thanksgiving yesterday. Let's see. I got up, not crazy early, but got out and went skiing yesterday. It was the second day that Steamboat was open for skiing. Not much snow, not compared to last year. Last year's skiing was really deep on the first day. And this time it's just basically one trail from halfway up the mountain down. So
it was still good though.
It was
still
still
good to
awesome.
Get out and get some exercise in and enjoy the snow.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's always a good time with that. Perfect. Well, like I said, thanks for showing up. Do we have any people griping about audio levels? Let's see.
Nope.
Benjamin saying audio is fantastic. 42 Pro is saying sounds good to you. Okay, wonderful. So I think 2, we should be good.
Cool.
Well, sweet. Let's start getting to some of the questions. So ask any questions that you have in the comment section below this video. As we're kind of going through these questions, you can ask electrical questions or van building questions or really anything. We just published the full tour of our transit build, so that's pretty much done at this point. So questions about that, anything we got? We're running Black Friday sales today over on the shop at shop.explorus.life, and Steph can probably put that in the video description if she hasn't already. I think she already has.
No, I haven't.
We can drop that in the comment section, and shop.explorus.life. We've got several different flash sales going on. Let's go over those real quick since we're still letting some stuff roll in. Screen share right here. Okay, so what I've got going on here what Steph has going on here is this whole week, this isn't a today only thing on the Black Friday sale. So our complete camper wiring kits, we've got those up to $1,000 off, depending on size. We've got 3 different sizes. One size is going to be featuring the Multi Plus 2K. The next one is a Multi Plus 3K, 4 batteries, and then the last one is a Multi Plus 3K with 600 amp hours of batteries. So those are on sale all week until Friday night at 11:59:59 Mountain Standard Time. But the actual Black Friday sales that we're running today, Steph decided to really complicate things, and so we're doing. Let's see, where did we put those? Here, there. So we've got Black Friday sales happening all day today. If you just go to the webpage, you'll see this. And it's from 7 to 9, we're getting buy a component and get the kit for 25% off. And then 20% off of charge controller wiring kits. So basically all of our wiring kits are on sale to some degree. So you can go check those out. I'm not going to read these off to you. But currently, the buy a component, get the kit for 25% off. So, for example, you buy a charge controller, then you get the charge controller wiring kit for 25% off that associates with that one.
Now, I will note on that one that you do need to you need to click the button for Shop the Flash Sales and buy the bundle itself. Not if you just buy the component and the wiring kit separately, it won't apply the discount. So if you go to click the Shop the Flash Sale, and that brings you to all of the deals. So those are already marked down for you. That way you just add that bundle to your cart and you're good to go.
Perfect. So buy the part, get the wiring kit, 25% off. I also like finished this thing up, and I know some people are griping about the the functionality of this, but I made this like parts picker or this like system picker that I don't know. I think it's like really cool. So it kind of like helps you walk through the process of like what system that you need based on your own needs. So it's like, and I ask you these questions like, what kind of project are you working on? It's like, we're working on a van, and then my camera's in the way. I can't see.
Where am I at? You can see it over on the right side.
Oh, yeah, there's it. I've got like the camera set up in the bottom like corner of my screen, so I can't really see anything that's happening down there. The next question is, do you have any 120, 240 volt split phase loads? You know, that's super uncommon in a van, but you know, if you've got some specific case, we need to know about that. We're going to say no. Asking if you want 50 amp or 30 amp shore power, and basically it just walks you through this whole process. Now, this is going to show up on every screen. It's going to like actually pop up after 10 seconds. I'll probably turn that off eventually. We've had a lot of people griping about that, but you're just going to have to deal with it for now. So, okay. Anyway, that's pretty much the end of that. Let's get back over here. And let's start answering some questions. Steph, do you have some like queued up for me?
Yeah, I have a ton queued up already.
Perfect. Well, I'll let you.
And
I'll
I
let
am
you ask.
still adding more, but let's just start from the top. And this is from Sean Tyler is asking about van and RV refrigerators. What do we recommend, and are there any other like long-term reviews on refrigerators?
So refrigerators, I think it depends on if you want like a like kind of a one that opens from the front or whatever. You know, realistically, like most of the refrigerators that aren't just like the absolute cheapest ones out there are using the same compressors. You know, so it's like they're kind of going to all be the same for the most part. But like we installed a Indel refrigerator, I think, in our van. It's just a marine kind of refrigerator. It was, I mean, it was expensive. Like all the 12 volt refrigerators are more expensive than like a 120 volt dorm refrigerator.
Stupidly expensive, in my opinion.
Yeah, but you know that particular brand. You know, we've got go look up the video for that we did for building the kitchen module. And, you know, we kind of showed quite a bit about the fridge, and we showed which one specifically that was with a link on that. I think Dometic has refrigerators. Those are going to be good. If you want, like, you know, probably like most rugged, I mean, probably like an ARB refrigerator, ARB or one of the chest style refrigerators. They're just going to be really rugged, but they kind of look rugged too, so it's like that doesn't necessarily work with everybody's like aesthetic for their van build. So I like both of them. I think that like the ARB rugged and Dometic rugged looking ones are good. But yeah, it just depends on what you're after in your aesthetic. What else we got?
Cool. Sorry. Okay.
You've got lots going on. I
Yeah.
can see you've got
There
your
are so many questions.
you got your laptop with like like 4 different like tabs going on or windows.
Okay, Kevin asked, I'm building a Victron system and looking for a wiring diagram for a Victron single-phase 12120 3000 VA inverter for my 30 amp Airstream. Cool.
So that's definitely going to be one of those things where just head over to our website and go through that parts picker that I was talking about just a little bit ago. And that's going to give you what you need, you know, so you can do all that information. You know, if your Airstream already has an electrical system in it, you can just go down here to the towable. I'm looking at a tiny screen at this point. Tow behind, there it is. So tow behind, continue on. You got 30 amp shore power, click through there. And then come through, see how many amp hours you need. How many amp hours was he needing? Did it say?
Didn't say on here.
Yeah, so you can just kind of select that. You know, if you're here in the middle with like 4 to 800, click through there. and then everything like that. So basically, I've got all those options set up so that you can get whatever system that you need. And this is not like AI or anything like this. I actually made a flow chart and built this.
It was quite crazy,
yeah,
actually.
The flow chart is, I don't know, I'm pretty impressed with it. But yeah, that's what I would recommend for making sure that you're getting, the right system for your needs.
Cool. Okay, I hope that answered your question, Kevin. Brian asked, on our latest fifth wheel installation, we showed hooking up the air conditioner on the MultiPlus with pin terminals. Where did we get these? So those, I'll go ahead and answer that question. So the pin terminals that we installed in that kit, those are actually included in our wiring kits. But if you have already bought the wiring kit, or you bought it before we added one of those options for that particular inverter, you can also get them from feralsdirect.com.
Yep. Yeah. Which kit is it of ours are those included in?
It would be the MultiPlus, the inverter charger wiring kit. That one.
This is for the DC
and then
side,
it would
right?
be for the 2X120. That one. Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. That is for the. That's for the DC side. That's what you're saying. It would be the 120 volt AC distribution panel wiring kit, and there should be a drop down for choose your inverter type.
Yeah, so 120 volt AC distribution panel wiring kit. Choose your inverter charger type. MultiPlus 2X120, and basically that's giving you everything that you need for that particular thing. So you can kind of go down here and you can see like what's in each one. So click to expand Victron MultiPlus 2X120 inverter charger kits, and then our little pin terminals right here. So
alrighty.
I'll drop a link to this kit in the chat.
Fantastic. Thank you. Next question is, how do you suggest dealing with cold temperatures on rigs with lithium batteries when the rig is in storage?
Yeah, so each battery manufacturer is going to kind of have a, let me get back to that. So each battery manufacturer is going to have their own recommendation for like what they recommend you do for cold weather batteries. If you have unheated batteries, and you're in storage, I think Battleborn in particular, they recommend just charging your batteries to full and then turning off your master disconnect switch, basically disconnecting the batteries. You can leave you can leave lithium batteries just sitting, and in general, always consult with your manufacturer of your batteries. But like Battleborn batteries, you can just leave them in all winter. They say that they would rather the batteries not get down past like I think it's like -20 or -30, which is real cold. But the reason they actually say that is just because the plastic of the battery itself can start to get like kind of brittle and stuff, like the actual shell of the battery, just when it gets that cold. So, which honestly, like we've seen that not with batteries necessarily, but like in our old Sprinter, like when we had it in storage, just having the van interior subject to like super cold weather was kind of rough on a lot of stuff inside of it. So faucets in particular, even when there wasn't water in them. So just ask your battery manufacturer, but most of the time you can just leave them in place.
Okay. Does it hurt the equipment to operate on less than 12 volts as battery voltage drops? Is this issue solved by a 24 volt setup with a 24 to 12 volt converter?
Basically, what was that noise?
What was that noise?
Oh, hey, a super chat. Thank you. We appreciate that. So the question there was, as a battery bank voltage, gets lower, does it hurt equipment to keep operating? And basically, no. As your batteries get below 12 volts, then your batteries are just getting low. All 12 volt equipment can operate within a range and that range might be 10.5 volts up to 14.6 volts. And so realistically, no. Maybe there's some random other like component that's going to kind of be affected by that, but yeah, basically not really. But the second half of that question was talking about using a 24 volt system and then going 24 volt to 12 volt converter, and then you've got like a constant 12 volt output. And that's an option. I mean, if you have a 24 volt system, you should absolutely do that, because otherwise feeding 24 volts to a 12 volt component will absolutely damage it.
Yeah.
But having a specific 12 volts isn't necessarily going to do much. A puck light is going to operate anywhere from 9 volts all the way up to 15 volts or something like that. So having a constant voltage isn't really going to matter much.
Nice.
Yeah.
Cool. Let's go ahead and answer that question from the super chat. Have you ever considered implementing a power distribution module instead of a fuse box in one of your builds?
Power distribution module. Would you elaborate on what you're talking about specifically? Maybe drop a link to something. I'm not sure if people can drop links. We'll be looking in the chat for what kind of power distribution module you're talking about, just to make sure that I'm answering the question properly. So cool. We'll come back to that.
Hey, Chris Vasquez.
Hey, Chris Vasquez. Hey, thanks for tuning in. Appreciate you.
Alrighty. When the master switch is off, but the 1230 Orion charger's remote is on and the van engine is running, then the circuit gets powered directly from the alternator. Is this an expected behavior?
Yeah, so that's a great question. And yes, that is expected because the Orion DC to DC charger is effectively acting as a power supply at that point. It's trying to charge the batteries, but if you have your batteries turned off, it's just sending that power into your electrical system, and it's never making it to the batteries. But if you have your lights on, your light switch on, then that's going to try to charge your lights, which is effectively just turning your lights on. So yeah, that is totally expected. You can turn off the Orion. I think the app, the Victron Connect app, I think there's an option to turn that on and off, or otherwise there's that little remote bridge thing with the little loop of wire at the bottom of the Orion, what I'm talking about. So you can basically wire a switch in line there. So you're basically taking that switch, that you're breaking that circuit. So you can turn it off like that. But realistically, like if you're driving around, like just turn your electrical system on, and like you don't have to have your inverter on. But there's really no reason to not have your electrical system basically on, unless it's like in storage.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the way that we function with our systems anyway.
Cool. I'm building a 24 volt system with the recent solar charge controller. I'm inquiring to see if I need a 150/45 over the 150/35. I'll have around 1,040 watts of solar on the roof. Go ahead.
So that's going to be a great time to go to, let's see here, I'll screen share here. So if you go to our blog, so explorist.life, and then go up here to tools, calculators, solar charge controller calculator. We've made a calculator that actually helps you figure this out on like what size of charge controller you need. So you can put in all your specs here. You can put in your VOC, your panel voltage, your wattage of your panels, short circuit current, all this kind of stuff, because you also have to know your battery bank voltage, and then how you have your panels wired, and it's going to kind of verify how that's wired for the most part. And then you can just go down and it's going to have a recommendation on there. So the 150/35 versus 150/45, like realistically, as long as like, you can over wattage a charge controller and it's not really going to damage it for the most part. Like it shouldn't if it's still a properly designed solar array. you may just miss out on whatever power that you have. So yeah, so basically just use that charge controller calculator and see what it's recommending. And you're also going to kind of get some information there about like specifically how much power we anticipate the charge controller putting out at its effective peak. So that's what I'd recommend there. I'll drop a specific link to this in the chat as well. You do better at that. I need to remember to do that.
Okay, so Classic Mini DIY clarified their question on the power distribution module and said that power distribution modules use solid-state fuses and are usually controlled by an ECU or something similar, ECU Master PMU 16, for example, which I have pulled up over here for you.
Open that up. Let's see what we've got there. I have no experience with these. Basically haven't looked into them, but I know that like Red Arc.
They're pricey.
Yeah, they are kind of pricey. How much is that one?
The $1,400.
Yeah, so $1,400 is it AC and DC, maybe? Or is it tough to tell?
Hold on, sorry, lots of pop-ups.
So as you're looking for
unsure
that,
at first glance.
yeah. So I've never used like that specifically, but I have used the. So as far as like solid state fusing and switching and stuff like that, I've used the Garmin Power Switch, and that's a solid state switching and fusing device. We have a video coming out about that here in I think 3 weeks, maybe 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And I think they're great. The Garmin because I made that video last year or 2 years ago about how to use relays, and then I kind of determined that it was like too complicated. Because I mean, I understand how to use relays, but it's still complicated to like, and it takes a lot of wiring to make them work. And the Garmin Power Switch makes everything so easy because it just connects to your phone, and then you can tell each of the switches what to do whenever you're activating the button, or if you have multiple circuits you want to put on one button. All the lights on the front of our van are controlled by that Garmin Power Switch, and it kind of looks like that is the same concept and same principle. I know Red Arc, they have a device that's kind of like that, and I know it's absolutely like super cool. I know Garmin is apparently coming out with something that's going to be similar, basically the power switch, but just a lot more inputs and outputs. And it's going to have, you know, just your Garmin touchscreen up on the wall or whatever with CAN bus communication down to the power distribution module. So you can sort of have infinite, you know, customizability and stuff like that. And that's definitely stuff we'll probably going to be covering
That'll be super cool.
next year or the year after, when that stuff is kind of like, released. But I think it's a great idea to investigate. We just haven't done anything with that since it is pricey.
Cool. I will just apologize in advance, guys. I am really trying to keep on top of questions, but they're coming in really, really fast. So if I skip yours, just pop it in again or something. But we'll be on here until the questions stop, basically, or until we get really, really hungry. Okay. Let's see. Doug Crockett asked, does the 2412 converter consistently deliver 12 volt even though the battery's voltage has dropped below 24 volts?
It should. Those converters operate within a range. So I don't know the range right off the top of my head, but you know, as long as the input range is within the operating parameters, the output range or the output is going to work. So like I know on the Orion DC to DC chargers, like 1230s, I think they'll operate as like low as like 9 volts or something like that. So it's like you can have some pretty significant voltage drop on the incoming side of that, and they're still going to work just fine. Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Is there a recommended breakaway switch for fifth wheels or bumper pull trailers when using a lithium battery? Will the typical trailer breakaway switches work?
I see no reason why they wouldn't work. just the way that we design our RV electrical systems, everything that was powered from the factory batteries stays powered by the new batteries, even if you're moving the batteries to a different location. And the way we accomplish that is, basically putting bus bars where the pre-existing batteries were, and then feeding those bus bars with the power from the batteries if it's a 12-volt battery bank. So as long as your lithium batteries are, they have power in them, they're going to power the trailer brakes just the same as you would from the factory. Whenever we put out that video, we had people that were saying, it's like, well, what if I'm driving down the road and I don't turn, and I have my master battery switch off? It's like, well, if you have your master battery switch off, no, your trailer brakes aren't going to work. So turn your battery switch on so that all your loads can work. I think that's kind of a non-issue for the most part. And even with the 24-volt systems, when we do that, we actually leave the factory battery in place and we basically trickle charge that factory battery with a 24 to 12 volt converter from the 24 volt battery bank. And I'm going to pull up the playlist that we did. Let's see here. Where is that? Let me get to it. Because we've kind of spent this entire year doing installs like that, and I just want to make sure that everybody has that, because the playlist is kind of hard to find because we have a bunch of playlists at this point. Tools you need, camper wiring. Let's see. Here it is, full playlist. So I'm going to drop a link to the full playlist of all the different playlists that we did, because we've got a 30 amp truck camper install. We've got a 30 amp travel trailer, a motorhome, which those won't have trailer brakes, but whatever. And then a fifth wheel. This is a 24 volt system. So I'll go ahead and drop a link to that playlist down here, so y'all can go watch all of those. So set aside some time. Each one of those is like an hour long. So I think they're pretty, I think they're pretty in depth, but they are lengthy. But that's good.
I'm going to jump ahead on one really quick, just because I saw it and I want to answer it. Let's see. Nebulite asked, do you know when the new 50 amp DC to DC charger will be on our site? The new Orion.
Am I answering that?
Go ahead. Yeah.
So it's going to be.
So I know you've been wanting to talk about that.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, the new Orion, the 50 amp, the 1250, that I've been waiting for like 2.5 years, is finally actually coming to market. We have purchased a bunch of them that we'll have in our store. But as far as like when they're going to be in our store, we are anticipating March, right?
Yes.
Now,
that is when they're listed to be shipped. Is in March.
That's when they're listed to be shipped from a U.S. warehouse to our shop. So I do want to say on that note, there are other Victron dealers out there who are taking pre-orders. So you can go on their site and pre-order, and they're saying that they will have them by December. And I'm not trying to call anybody liars, but I don't think that's something that they can guarantee. We bought the Orions within the first couple hours that they were available from Victron, and there's no way that like there were that many people that were that fast on that. So yeah, if you do see somebody that is saying that and they're trying to take your money and promise you a December date, just be aware that I'm really skeptical of that. We will have it in our store. As of right now, it's looking like March.
Yeah. We do not have them up on our website because we're not comfortable taking y'all's money when we have no idea when we're going to get them shipped to us. Yep. Yeah. Victron at the moment says at the earliest March. So we're not going to do pre-orders.
No, we may do like some kind of email list sign up That way you guys can like be notified if you're actually interested. But realistically, we're going to be blowing up social media once we actually get those because I'm super excited about them.
Yeah. Some other questions rolling in about that though, so we'll always stay on the same topic.
Yeah, let's talk about the Orion chargers.
Can the 50 sorry, reading is hard. Can the 50 amp burn or wear out the alternator sooner?
Yeah, so when you're thinking about alternator charging, you know, the harder you push an alternator, the sooner it's going to wear out. It's a mechanical device that effectively has a finite lifetime, and the harder you run it, the faster it's going to wear out. Now, the kind of rule of thumb there is don't add more than, on like auxiliary charging, like on a DC to DC charger, it's like don't add more than 50% of the rated output of the alternator to your alternator. So if you only have a 100 amp alternator, the 50 amp DC to DC charger is really going to be pushing it to its limits and stuff. So I probably wouldn't recommend like that. But if you've got a Sprinter with a 220 amp alternator, that 50 amps is going to be just fine. Maybe you shorten the life of the alternator a little bit, but it's not going to be like this catastrophic thing that just overheats it within a couple days or whatever. On our Transit, we've got dual 250 amp alternators. So we got like 500 amps of alternator charging capacity available to us. So we could probably do 2 of them or 3 of them, I guess. But it's just, you have to kind of like weigh those options of how fast you're wanting to charge versus how hard you're wanting to work your alternator. But 50 amps of charging from a 200 amp alternator is not going to be an issue.
The Moab Pearl also asked, can you stack 2 30 amp DC to DC chargers?
Yes, absolutely. And we actually have a video showing how to do that. Let's see. So question on, can you stack multiple 12 volt 30 amp chargers? Now you can do the same thing with 50 amp chargers. It's going to be the same. Let's see here. Where did that video go? Oh, we're in playlists. Videos. Let's see. Scroll back. That was a last year video. Yeah, so this one right here. Fast alternator charging, transit alternator charging with dual Victron Orions. I'm going to click into that and share this with y'all. I'll drop that there. Dual Orions. And you'll be able to do dual Orions with the new 50 amp ones that come out, and it's actually going to work even better because they have VE Smart Networking, and they also can connect to the Servo GX through VE Direct. But with the VE Smart Networking on the Orions, it's going to work just the same as it does now with the charge controllers, because if you have 2 charge controllers, they can talk to each other and they can synchronize their charging and just have those communication lines open so that they know what each one is doing. And so if this one is charging at 600 watts and this one is charging at 1200 watts, then they're going to be like, hey, like this is what each of us are doing. Let's just combine and we're going to coordinate on our absorption voltage times and charging curves, and we're going to charge at 1800 watts. And so the new Orion 1250s are going to be able to do that with each other, but they're also going to be able to do that with solar. So all that stuff is going to be charging at the same time, where it's kind of hit or miss on if the current generation of Orions will add their charge to solar, or if they'll kind of regulate back. On our Transit, most of the time it works fine, even without the communications. But I would say that with the communications, it's going to work great, way more consistently.
Okay. Trying to find any other
Any other DC to DC chargers?
Yeah,
questions?
DC to DC charger questions. So let's see. On a DC to DC setup, is it necessary to run a dedicated ground from the starter battery to the charger, or can you just make a short run from the charger to the negative bus bar?
Ooh, could you read that one more time? I didn't quite
Yep.
grab that.
On a DC to DC setup, is it necessary to run a dedicated ground from the starter battery to the charger, or can you just make a short run from the charger to the negative bus bar?
Yeah, so in all of our videos, we show kind of how to set that up, and we recommend running a dedicated negative wire from the starting battery. It's just going to be more consistent. Anytime that you talk to anybody who like builds vehicles or like adds accessories and stuff like that, grounds are a pain. So anytime you're doing chassis grounds and trying to transmit power through those chassis grounds, it's hard. On older vehicles, it was less of an issue because your body was bolted and welded to the frame. But now it's like the bodies of vans are glued to the body support ribs. And so it's kind of hit or miss on what components of the vehicle are actually like electrically connected. Because otherwise you may just have some poor connections. And if I'm going to be running a positive wire, I'm just going to run a negative wire, and that way I never have problems with it. And if I do have problems with it, I know exactly like where those connections have been made, and I don't have to chase things down. So I'd rather just do it right the first time since I'm already in there doing it anyway.
Yeah. Will Victron be releasing an isolated version of the 50 amp DC to DC charger?
I don't know, probably, but it's not like on the schedule. So probably what I'm going to end up doing, specifically for people who are wanting, to retrofit if let's say you've already got the 12-12-30, but you want to swap in a 12-12-50, we'll put together a little wiring kit to make that seamless, because we should be able to use the same size of wires. But you've only got one negative. So I'll probably just plop a little junction stud right below and then just make that kind of deal. But whenever that's live, I'll make a video about like all that stuff. But yeah, as far as the isolated version, I think they will. But even if they don't right off the bat, if you run your negative all the way back, and then you basically make your ground connection effectively, you're never connecting to the chassis and trying to ask power to flow through there. So I'll make sure that the kit we release for it works well for that case.
Cool. Awesome. We're going to hop off of DC to DC chargers and just go back to the top with questions, because this is getting a little bit hard to keep up with.
Well, you're doing great, I think.
Well, thank you. Blake asked, can I temporarily hook up a portable solar panel to an existing system to add a boost when using heavy draw appliances? It does have its own charge controller.
Yeah, you can put a secondary ground deploy solar array on a pre-existing electrical system. That's fine. As far as during times of heavy loads, though, as long as your inverter can power those heavy loads and you're just asking for the ground deploy solar array to recharge the battery, yeah, that's gonna work fine. We kind of recommend doing dedicated charge controllers mounted near the batteries, to the Victron Links distributor. Mm-hmm. It seems like it just gives a more consistent charge. But, if you already have a setup with a charge controller mounted to the back of the solar panels, just try it. It should be fine. That's pretty much how those are designed to work. And if you have issues with that kind of not communicating with your roof solar panels, if you have those, then you can always adjust from there. So I'm a big fan of just using what you got. And then if you need to fix something, then you can fix it later.
Yeah. Cool. Mike asked, I have a 12-volt system with a 3,000-watt inverter and two 100-amp-hour lithium batteries. What size cables should I run and fuse? So fuse sizing and cable sizing for a 3,000-watt inverter.
So 3,000-watt inverter and two 100-amp-hour batteries. So, a couple of things there. First and foremost, the batteries, that's not enough batteries to supply a 3,000-watt inverter. Victron in particular, they recommend a minimum of 400 amp hours of battery bank capacity to power a 3,000-watt inverter. So first and foremost, you're going to want to get more batteries, two more batteries. Battleborn is running a sale right now, just a special plug there. And after you get that, then you can go to our kits, and they will tell you what size of wires to use for various purposes. Let's see here, screen share here. So if you go into here, you go to electrical systems, and you go to complete DIY electrical kits. You know, both of these two electrical kits right here, they both feature a 3 kVA inverter, which is almost 3,000 watts. And it includes all of the proper wire sizes and stuff like that. So you don't even really have to like calculate it because we've done the work for you. If you're using a different inverter or you're needing to like if you need to figure wire sizes out and stuff like that, the first and most important thing is to go by your manufacturer's recommendation. So Victron makes a recommendation on the wire sizes and fuse sizes. But if your component company doesn't make that, then you can always use our tools, calculators, and wire sizing calculator, you know, if you've got that. So, you know, this is I think the wire sizing calculator is realistically the more for like smaller branch circuits like lights, fans, USB outlets, and all that kind of stuff, because any of the components like inverters and charge controllers and stuff like that, you can just go with like whatever the manufacturer recommends, or the max size, the biggest size of wire that fits inside of the terminal. So like all of our charge controllers, we size the wires on those to be the biggest size that fits into the terminal. So it's kind of weird to have, you know, an MPPT 150, you know, I don't know, 60, and a 150 100 having the exact same size of wires. And is the wire, the 2-gauge wire that we use for the 150 60, is that oversized? Yeah, it is. But realistically, it's the biggest that's going to fit in that terminal without any kind of like extra considerations, and it just makes it so that it works 100% of the time with no ifs, ands, or buts. So I would use our wiring diagrams, use our kits, and those are going to get your wire sizes good to go.
Nice.
Oh, sorry. And I also have videos over how to size wires and how to size fuses if you go back.
Perfect.
Quite a ways.
Quite a ways. Okay, Dennis asked, is there a benefit to having a slightly undersized solar charge controller, and how small is too small? For example, a Victron 130 with 3 200-watt panels in parallel.
No, there's really no benefit to undersizing a charge controller, aside from like saving a couple dollars on the actual cost of the charge controller. As far as like electrically, you know, I mean, if you undersize the charge controller, then you're just not going to get as much power out of it as you potentially could. So realistically, no, I can't see any benefit to do that.
Okay. Derek, sorry, my alarm is going off. Derek asked, in a new Sprinter, where's the best place to wire the Orion to van power? And should the negative go forward near the battery, or can it ground to the chassis near the electrical enclosure? I think we partially already answered this one.
Yeah, we just answered that second half. But as far as like where to connect, you know, in most of the new Sprinters, there's a bus bar that's underneath the driver's seat, and we did a full install on a Sprinter about just shy of, it was like 2 years ago. 2 years ago to the day. 2 years ago, that shows like how to access that bus bar that's underneath the seat of a Sprinter. That's a good spot. Or direct to the starting battery is also fine. You can go direct to the starter battery with a little surface mount breaker right in that. So there's a couple options for that, but basically that's going to be the best spot under the seat on that bus bar, given that that bus bar is not filled up. If it is filled up, then that kind of sucks because it takes a long time to get down to that bus bar, and then otherwise you want to go to the starting battery directly.
Yep. Still on alternator charging, Carl asked, I'm planning to retrofit my Class A RV following one of your wiring diagrams. I'm installing an Orion for alternator charging. Can I eliminate the existing battery merge solenoid or leave it?
I would leave it in place and basically wire a separate charging leg through the Orion to that. So if you leave your solenoid, your factory solenoid in place, then you can still jumpstart your starting battery from your house battery, from your newly installed house battery. That's what we did on the 30 amp motorhome installation video. Let's see if I can pull that up. Oh, did I exit out of that? That's good. So on our 30 amp motorhome electrical upgrade, that's what we ended up doing. Oh, that's not the right video. 1 second. Sorry, I'm trying to do 3 things at one time. How to cut wire. I didn't click on that. Oh, yes, I did.
And you clicked on it again.
Yeah. Let's see what's going on here. Okay, so I will drop this down in the link. Okay, so I'll drop this link in the chat box below. So that's the upfit that we did on a 30 amp motorhome. And we left the isolator in place so that we could jump start the starting battery off the house battery if the starting battery happened to die. You just have to basically disable the automatic connection on the solenoid so that it's not automatically connecting it whenever it's sensing the voltage being at a high enough level. So we've effectively turned it from a automatic charging relay into just a switch. So
Michaela asked, replacing the battery system in a Winnebago Sprinter van, there's a module control within the AC panel, which I believe monitors the current load. Is that needed with the Victron inverter charger?
I don't know about those specifically. I don't know about that particular module or device. I would imagine it can just be left in place, though. You know, if it's anything. So on my mom's motorhome, just shared that video too. It had something that was very similar in that. And after we got that system up and running, and we kind of played around with the module that was in her motorhome, and we didn't have to do anything with it. So I wasn't for sure whenever we started the install if we needed to do anything with it, but after further testing, ultimately we were just able to leave it alone.
Yeah.
So
cool. Let's see. Do we ship and support Canadian? Yes, we do. We do ship to Canada. We do support worldwide shipments. The only thing that I will note there is there's a few things that we can't ship across borders, like batteries and solar panels. That's mainly just because we're shipping them directly from the manufacturer, and there's too much back and forth to be able to kind of deal with that. The other thing with any kind of international sale is there are additional fees and duties and brokerage fees and things like that we don't have the ability to estimate that for you. So those are tacked on at the end, unfortunately. But yes, we do ship internationally.
And those extra duties and fees are not our deal. We're not charging those. So we've had several people get upset about having to pay those.
Yeah. Get
upset with your federal government if you don't like those.
Yeah, unfortunately, we do not have the ability to set those. Cool. Patrick asked, do you have any objection to having a battery installed in a vertical orientation? A battery installed in a vertical orientation. Battery manufacturer has approved, but looking for a second opinion. The reason is space saving in the storage area.
Yeah, so if the battery manufacturer said it's fine, then it's fine. It's just one of those things. I mean, unless you think that the battery manufacturer is not going to cover a warranty or something like that, even after you get it on paper. But with lithium batteries, it doesn't really matter how they're oriented for the most part. I know Battleborn batteries in particular definitely doesn't matter. In fact, they're GC3 batteries. The way that they have their terminals on like kind of opposite sides of the battery is kind of a pain to wire. And so I've seen those wired in nearly any orientation. Yes, like straight up and down. I think Desert Cruiser, I think they did theirs straight up and down. The one we did on Johnny Brooks' Sprinter last week, we did that laying down the same as we did in our Transit. So, that's a good example. On our Transit, we installed those up on their ends, but it was a 24-volt system, so we had to invert one of them. I feel like I'm talking about like Top Gun, like fighter jets here. It's like inverted. Anyway, that scene in Top Gun, no? Anyway, okay. We had to flip one of the batteries upside down, and so, yeah, realistically, no, it doesn't matter.
Okay. Second Life asked, I have unheated batteries and store my van in the frozen north of Minnesota. Any recommendations for DIY battery heaters?
That's a tough one. Each manufacturer is going to have their recommendation. I think if I couldn't get a recommendation from manufacturer, I would look into some of the like tank heaters or because they make the tank heaters for like water tanks and stuff like that. You just have to make sure that they don't get too hot because you don't want to like put undue stress on your battery, like the cases of the batteries. So I don't have any firsthand experience with them. I know Battleborn, they sell a battery heating pad for their non-heated batteries, but it's kind of expensive. But it's what they're going to cover under warranty if there's an issue. So, take that into consideration is your battery warranty. If you put a heater on the side of your battery that is too hot or runs too hot or it fails or whatever and it melts the side of the battery, then you're kind of in a bad spot.
Yeah.
In terms of warranty.
Okay, that's another wire sizing question, so we already answered that. Ken Hall asked, I'm trying to build a command trailer for our small fire department, trying to figure out what all I need to run the trailer with a solar and battery and maybe backing up with the Anchor battery generator.
Just a portable power unit.
Oh, that's a brand name. I see.
Yeah. So I would definitely start with a power audit and figure out what all your loads are. Kind of determine how much battery bank capacity you need, how much inverting power you need. What kind of loads are you trying to power? If it's what kind of trailer was it?
Didn't say what kind of trailer.
So a command trailer. So, it's going to be lots of comms devices and computers and such. You're probably not going to have any 240-volt loads. I can't think of any 240-volt loads that you would need in a command trailer. Air conditioner. You're going to need an air conditioner. You have to keep those guys in the trailer happy. So you probably need like fairly substantial inverter, probably like the Quattro 5K, I would imagine would be a good choice there with 800 amp hours of battery bank capacity. I think systems like those realistically need to be oversized, and I'm sure your local government and emergency agency is going to agree because you can't have that stuff failing. And as far as like backup for like the Anchor portable power generator, I would absolutely say your backup needs to be a fuel burning generator, just because it's pretty much guaranteed to work. Honda EU 2000, EU 3000, or whatever it is. Because if the batteries go down, the inverter goes down, whatever the case is. I think generators are just more proven than a portable power unit to use as a backup situation, especially in an emergency and life safety situation like that. I don't get to use my degree very often, so thanks for that.
Okay. Clayton asked, are 12-volt refrigerators worth the premium if I plan on leaving my inverter on all the time?
Ooh, that's a good question. I don't know. I don't have data points on that one. I would say that if a 12-volt refrigerator probably is going to be worth it, because otherwise you're going from DC power to AC power, and then your refrigerator probably has a DC compressor in it that there's a converter inside of that that's having to go from AC back to DC. And so
inefficiencies.
So there's a bunch of power loss every time that conversion happens. So I think
it still blows my mind as to why 12-volt refrigerators are more expensive in that case. There seems to be less parts, but I'm not a manufacturer.
Yeah, that's true. I guess like quantity of scale, maybe.
I don't know. You know how many RVs and boats are on the market?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. Gregory asked, I'm keen to get a Serbo GX, but 2 would cost quite a bit. Can can you manage two separate 12-volt systems with one Serbo GX, separate batteries, separate MPPT chargers, and separate inverter?
No, basically. Because on the Serbo, I mean, could you plug multiple different battery banks into it, like through different shunts? It's like, yeah, but it's just not going to display properly because, it's kind of set up to be, a one system monitoring device. I mean, could you make it work? I mean, ultimately, the Venus OS from Victron is open source. So if you're good at programming, you can make it do whatever you want. But as a plug-and-play solution, no, you're going to want one Serbo per system. Yeah.
Cool. Jeff asked, from your video utilizing the Serbo to control the cooling fan, can you do the same thing with an external battery warming by setting the low temperature as on and high temperature as off?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, you just basically do the exact opposite of what I did in the video for the most part. So.
Yep. I think this is in regards to charge controllers. Derek asked, is there an advantage to wiring them in series or parallel in the event that the panels are partially shaded? Otherwise, I'd wire in series to keep the current lower, but within MPPT range.
So as far as like how to wire, like what's our recommendations for wiring different solar panels and such? I'm sort of going to indirectly answer this question. So if you go to our store and you go to shop and you go to, oops, I accidentally clicked on that, solar array wiring kits. Let it load up. We have how we recommend wiring all kinds of different solar arrays, regardless of if it's 100-watt panels, 200-watt panels, 240-watt panels with a 12-volt battery bank, a 24-volt battery bank, all that kind of stuff. We have those pre-configured, and we show you how we recommend wiring them. So that is what we recommend for that. I also have a complete playlist on how to design solar arrays that you can go to our YouTube channel and go to the playlist and you can find that. It's like 19 videos long if you are really dedicated to figuring out and learning how to do this kind of stuff. But also, shading isn't as big of an issue as a lot of people on the internet make it seem. We spent nearly 5 years on the road full time, and there was really never any point in time where exactly half of our panels were shaded, or exactly one of our panels was perfectly shaded and the remainder of them were not shaded. That doesn't really happen in real life. All the videos out there that show the effects of partial shading on a solar array is like somebody getting up there and then like putting masking tape over like 5 of the cells of the panel and being like, see, look at what kind of like difference this makes. It's like, if you have tape over your solar panels, then go up on your roof and take your tape off your solar panels and it's going to work way better. Realistically, shading is going to happen more for being like parked in the vicinity of a tree and you've got like filtered light coming through. And so it's not this like totally blacked out on a single solar cell. Mm-hmm. You're just going to have filtered light coming through, which is going to decrease the output of your solar panels. Any kind of solar panels need sun to work properly. So just avoid shading. That's really my answer on that one.
Cool. What would be the best way to keep my starter battery lead acid topped up from my lithium leisure battery that is being charged from solar or shore power?
You shouldn't need to do that. If your starting battery is in good health, there's no reason that you need to charge it from, your leisure battery. If your alternator is working good and your starting battery is, not 30 years old, it should be holding a charge. If it's not holding a charge, then you need to start looking into why. So find out if your alternator's bad, if your starting battery is going bad, or if you've got some parasitic loads somewhere in your engine or something like that. But there's really no reason to charge, just keep a trickle charge on the starting battery, in my opinion.
Charles asked, 50 amp fifth wheel RV, what are the advantages and disadvantages of a dual multi-plus 2X120 in parallel versus a dual multi-plus 2 in split phase?
So that's a great and really technical question. So if you've got dual multi-pluses, we send all of in our dual multi-plus wiring kit that we have, we program those for parallel. And we do that because it's very, very rare that a RV or motorhome will have split phase loads. So if you don't have split phase loads, the dual multipluses are going to work better if they're just in parallel, because they're going to accept single phase power from shore and split phase power from shore.
Mm-hmm.
If you have them set up to split phase output only, and you try to plug into single phase power, it's going to reject the input basically, and you won't be able to plug into like 30 amp shore power. So that's the way that we do it. If you have 240 volt loads and you have to program for split phase, you're just going to have to live with the fact that you won't be able to plug into single phase shore power. It's just kind of a system limitation.
Yep. Okay. Josh asked, on your ground deploy setup, do you have the solar isolator off when plugging it in, or is it okay to plug it in with the isolator on? That's a really good question.
That is a good question. So we've got on our transit and in our in some of our wiring kits here. I'll share those. So briefcase panels. We've got all these different kits for ground deploy solar array setups, and so we can set out some solar panels off to the side of the van, and then we can plug those in to the van, and we have these running through our solar isolator. We just turn on and off to disconnect and reconnect solar. And I usually don't turn that off while I'm plugging in and unplugging the solar panels. But what I usually do is I usually like flip the solar panels just on their faces, in the grass, and that effectively turns them off. I don't know. Either way, honestly, like, you shouldn't unplug and plug in the solar panels whenever they're like actively delivering power.
Yeah.
So either turn off the switch or flip the panels over on their faces. That's kind of how I do that.
Cool. Mark asked, I have a Victron MPPT 130. It's kicking out 40 volts. My batteries are not supposed to be charged over 30 volts.
I'm going to read that one. So you have a Victron MPPT 130. It's kicking out over 40 volts. My batteries are not supposed to be charged over 30 volts. So it sounds like it's improperly programmed. You probably got that absorption voltage too high set up inside the Victron Connect app, I would imagine. That's what that sounds like to me.
Yep.
Settings problem.
Okay, Marcus asked, can I switch a water pump on and off through the Serbo GX, and do I need a relay for that?
Yes and yes. Yeah, you could do it from the Serbo GX, and yes, you would need a relay, because those water pumps are somewhere in usually like 8 to 10 amps, and the Serbo relay is 6 amps, 4 amps, somewhere in there. I don't remember specifically, but I think you're probably going to need a relay for that, yeah.
What is the meaning of isolated in Orion DC to DC isolated charger?
So isolated just means that you're running dedicated negative wires from the starting battery back to the Orion and out to the factory battery, or I'm sorry, the aftermarket battery. So it's just not using the chassis ground as a means to deliver power, which makes it the isolated version more reliable, basically.
Okay, any ideas as to why my Dometic 12-volt fridge is not working after 2 to 3 months?
Oh, that sucks. Basically, no idea.
Yeah.
Probably going to have to reach out to Dometic about that. Yeah, customer support. Should be under warranty. I don't know what those things are warranted for, but I'm sure it's more than 3 months, basically. Check out your fuses. Make sure you're getting power to the actual fridge. But yeah, if you're getting power to the fridge, but it's not working, there's probably something going on with it.
Yeah. Any tips on preventing a series wired system from becoming unbalanced?
Series wired batteries.
I assume batteries, yes.
Yeah, I don't think so. They shouldn't become unbalanced. If it's a high quality battery, shouldn't be an issue. If you are having issues with the battery bank becoming unbalanced, probably want to reach out to your battery manufacturer and figure out like why that is the case. But that shouldn't be a thing that's normally happening with a high quality battery.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm trying to read Leslie's question. This one's a little bit technical, so I'm going to read it once, and then we'll try to work through this together. For a small 12-volt solar system, if you need, say, 20 volts over your battery at 14.4 to charge, that means you need to target a minimum of 34.4 volts in your array if you're using 100-watt panels that are 19.5 volts, 5.13 amps. Okay, got that part. You couldn't wire it in parallel. Would you have to wire it in series to get the voltage up? But if you're planning to then later add a second array with its own charge controller, it wouldn't have to be more than the 34 volts.
Yeah, so I think, basically, yeah, you need to have your solar array set up to be at a proper voltage. And yeah, usually it is, optimally your solar array is going to be at least 20 volts higher than the battery bank voltage for Victron charge controllers, Victron MPPTs. It has to be more than 5 volts higher for the charge controller to even turn on. So that's like when we're talking about the, tactics for designing solar arrays. All of the solar array wiring kits that we have available are wired in some form of series or series parallel to make sure that voltage is up high enough for the charge controller to work most effectively. If you're considering adding a secondary charge controller or a secondary solar array, basically an array is its own independent thing. And the secondary array is going to be treated as its own independent thing. So you're going to want to do all of these solar array calculations or buy your solar array wiring kits, independently of each other, sort of with no regard for what they're doing on each side, because it doesn't really matter a whole lot. Like for, example, you could connect, let's call it this 300-watt solar array wiring kit to one charge controller, and then you could buy a second charge controller wiring kit that's like 1600 watt and connect it to a separate charge controller, and it doesn't really matter. They're both going to communicate and cooperate to properly charge the battery bank just fine.
On our fifth wheel build out, we mentioned that we had to install a separate battery for 12 volt because of the slides. Is that always necessary with a 24 to 12 volt converter?
I think it's a good idea because you don't necessarily know how many amps all those various loads around the camper are taking. So if you take that battery out and it doesn't work, then you're just going to have to put that battery back in. So It's like maybe just leave it in place and
And that's what we did. Yeah, we didn't add a new 12-volt battery. We left the factory battery in place and had it charging from the new battery bank.
Yeah, exactly.
Which was less work anyway.
Yeah. Well, because back in, I guess that was probably 2020 or so, we, whenever I did when I designed and installed the electrical system in the Victron Tourer trailer, we took the factory battery out and replaced it with bus bars, and all that was fed with a 70 amp 12 to 24 or 24 to 12 volt converter, and the generator wouldn't start because the 70 amps was not high enough, or was not enough amperage to start the generator. So we plopped an AGM battery back in place, and it worked fine. So that's kind of why we do that.
Why do we choose to convert a Ford Transit and not a Sprinter van?
So a couple reasons. First and foremost is in our little town here in Northwest Colorado, we have a Ford dealership, and the closest Mercedes dealership is like 3+ hours away. So that was kind of a logistical reason. I wasn't going to spend a full day going to buy a van.
And anytime we needed maintenance on it.
And the other reason on it is the Ford Transits have more power. They have more power, And for single rear wheel, which is I don't need a dually unless I'm pulling a big trailer or something like that. Single rear wheel van, the Transits had a higher payload capacity than Sprinters. So that was kind of the other thing. So one was kind of a logistical reason, one was a performance reason.
Yep. Cool. Derek asked, if I find after using the system for a while that I need a third MPPT to accommodate additional different sizes of solar panels, will any reprogramming be needed in a Victron system?
Not really. Not reprogramming. You'll just have to program that third charge controller and set it up to communicate with the other charge controllers through the VE Smart Network, the same as you would have done with the second charge controller. Yeah, so it's pretty simple, straightforward process.
Yep.
So.
42 Pros asked, what is your largest solar power battery capacity for 30 amp shore power system install?
The largest for 30 amp shore power. Am I reading that right?
Yes, largest for 30 amp shore power.
Yeah, so we've got, let's see, what would that be? Let's hop over to the store. Largest. That's always fun.
Largest now, are we talking largest solar capacity or largest battery bank capacity?
Ooh, I thought it said largest battery.
Largest, oh, yep, battery capacity, you're right.
Largest battery capacity. So we'll go in here to build your own electrical kit for what kind of...
I didn't say, I just said 30 amp shore power, so.
So we'll do tow behind camper. That's going to be 30 amp.
That'll be the Explorer, let's see.
Oh, we don't have...
We actually don't have that one available yet.
It's not published, but we can go into the vans.
Vans, schoolies, expedition trucks, they all have a big one.
So, and yeah, this is going to be, we've got it for vans, schoolies, and expedition trucks, and we'll have it for tow behinds and motorhomes later this week.
Not later this week, because today's already Friday.
Oh, yeah. So this is going to be the Explore More kit with the Quattro 5K. And as far as battery bank capacity, this one allows you to wire up to 8 batteries into the battery bank. And so if you were in a series parallel configuration, so if you're using the 270 amp hour Battleborn batteries, 270 amp hours times 8 batteries, that's a little over 2,000 amp hours at 12 volts. So if you're looking at watt hours, that's times, I don't know, 12.6 or so. You have 27,000 watt hours of power. So a lot, absolute ton of power. So
that's a lot.
Yeah, that's the biggest we have.
Okay.
If you need more than that, let us know, and we're happy to sell you bigger.
I have a standalone 3K Ames inverter. I'm adding a 75 amp charger that will be tied to my transfer switch. Do I run the positive and negative leads directly to the batteries or directly to the Lynx distributor?
In all of our system designs, we run everything through the Lynx distributor. The only thing connected to the batteries is the Lynx distributor. I think that's the cleanest way to do any kind of system, basically. Yeah.
Julie asked, I'm curious if you've seen any battery drain issues with your Transit from leaving the slider or rear door open.
No, basically not.
Our slider door doesn't work anyway.
Yeah, our slider door didn't really work. But no, we don't have any lights or anything connected to the slider door. So nothing really happens when the slider door's open. Because once you open the slider door, it's going to start the your dash lights are going to turn on for a couple minutes, but then those are going to go away. But yeah, no, basically not.
Cool. Carl asks, looking at a Multiplus 2 3000 VA 2X120, one of your purchase options is pre-programmed for Battleborn batteries. I have another battery brand, LI Time. Would that option be a good choice? So with the pre-program for Battleborn batteries, we offer that because we know their charging parameters. If you have another brand of batteries, you would want to purchase the MK3 USB and get the charging parameters from your battery manufacturer and program it yourself. So we only offer it for Battleborn batteries because that's the one that we've, we have all of their charging parameters.
Yep. I don't have anything to add to that.
Great. Can you run an external switch on the Orion DC to DC near the driver's seat for easy on-off option while driving, or is this function only available via the Bluetooth app?
Yeah, so you can definitely wire a switch. Let me pull that up real quick. So I can just describe it. So that little, there's that little remote bridge thing that goes, that hangs down off the bottom of the Orion, little small 16 gauge wire. You can basically effectively put a switch in that. So whenever you pull that wire out or pull that little green pin out, it's going to turn the Orion off. So if you wire some 16 gauge wire up to your dash and put a switch and then go from the switch back to the other side of that remote bridge pin, then that will allow you to turn the Orion on and off. Yep.
Let's see. Oh, we already answered that question. Okay.
Nice. We did it.
Do you know of any 180 to 200 watt panels under 57 inches long? Oof.
No, I have no idea.
Yeah, there's so many options out there for solar panels. We work with Rich Solar, but ultimately there are so many other types of solar panels out there. It would probably be just going through and checking all of them.
Yeah,
unfortunately,
you're just going to do your legwork on that one. I've got a link to a blog post that we wrote a while back that has.
Oh wow!
That has a bunch
I didn't
of
know you had that.
different solar panels. I don't know. There's like a dozen or so solar panels here. I don't know how accurate these are anymore because sometimes the manufacturers, they change the panels. They may change the dimensions of a panel and keep the wattage the same or whatever. But I'll put this down in the chat. So just double check, before like actually purchasing. Don't take my word for it. Let's see here. Oop, why is it not scrolling? Let's see. Best solar panel sizes. I think that's what the blog post is called. Okay.
Cool. This is a good question. My Battleborn batteries will be sitting in the house waiting for my install next year. Should I charge them to avoid draining them completely? And if so, what method do you recommend?
So Battleborn has some specific recommendations on this on their FAQ page on their website. They drain at a rate of it's 3% per month, I think. So, I mean, if your batteries are 100% full and they sit on the shelf for 10 months, they're still going to be at 70% full by the time you install them. So if you're wiring them in parallel, it's not quite as critical to recharge them ahead of time. If you're wiring them in series, they should always be recharged before installing to make sure that they're fully topped up. So, yeah, basically you don't have to necessarily pull them out of the box and charge them and then store them and stuff like that. So, but yeah, go look at Battleborn's frequently asked questions page because I know that they have addressed that specifically on that page. Yep.
Cool. Mark asked, I live in Florida and never plan to be in colder weather with my solar system. Do I still need to use the solar panel temperature coefficient to size my Victron MPPT charge controller? I have 7 175 watt panels.
Yes, absolutely. Because even though you may not ever take it to cold weather, if you ever sell your RV, sell your camper, and that person wants to take it to cold weather, then you kind of screwed them over a little bit. I would just go ahead and do it right the first time so nobody has to redo it and stuff like that. So yeah, because that would be something I would feel uncomfortable undersizing the charge controller and not disclosing that whenever I went to sell it. So yeah, I would say size for temperature compensation for sure.
Yep. Doug asked, any chance for a new video on, now that I've installed the entire Victron system, here's how to set up the VRM start to finish. It's touched on in various segments, but I don't see one single video on this. That's a good question.
Have we set up the VRM? I feel like we've done a video on
I
that.
think we did the basics of Victron Connect. I don't know that we've done a specific one on the VRM portal, though.
Yeah.
If not, we'll add that to our list because that's actually a really good idea.
That is a good idea.
Yeah, that one is Victron Connect
Yeah,
at
no,
basics.
if we did do it, it would have been right there.
Yeah.
Okay, no, we didn't do that one. That's a good one to add.
We'll add that. I'm going to highlight this one.
Yeah.
Okay. And the next question is, what settings do I need to change through the servo for two 200 amp hour Victron lithium super packs? Of course, I changed the capacity, but is there anything else to change?
Through the servo, there's really nothing to change. You just want to make sure all of your other components are set up for proper charging parameters and stuff like that. But yeah, you'll just basically be changing the yeah, you'll just want to do all the programming for all of your components, basically for the batteries that you've chosen, sort of regardless of which batteries you've chosen. So that'll be through the MPPT, the Smart Shunt, or the MV712, whichever you've kind of purchased there. So it's not much to change through the servo really, but all the individual chargers and monitors.
Cool. In one of our recent videos, helping people at VanFest, you recommend setting the shunt to clear the state of charge. Do you recommend that for everyone?
Yeah, because otherwise your shunt is going to be guessing at what the state of charge is, and it might not be accurate. So I would rather my shunt not be guessing at the state of charge. I would just rather it tell me, hey, I don't know what the state of charge is. And it's like, okay, little shunt, we're just going to give you some time to figure it out.
Okay, little shunt. Okay, I have a Victron system installed based on your diagram with a main battery switch. I added a second links distributor, and now when I turn off the main battery switch, the 12-volt accessories still work. Did I wire something wrong?
Probably not. You probably got a secondary charger feeding power into the system somewhere, whether that's from solar or from DC to DC charging or from shore power. So if you have your main battery switch on and you still have power in the system, it's because it's getting power from somewhere. And that from somewhere is usually a DC to DC charger, solar, or shore power through the MultiPlus. Yep. That's pretty common. That's a common problem.
Yeah.
That is pretty easily fixed by turning off those additional chargers.
Felix asked, on the 24-volt to 12-volt converter, can you explain why these don't work well with RV slides, kind of what we touched on earlier?
Yeah, so in an RV, your slide motors and your jack motors, all those take a ton of power. It's not like a lot of power for very long, just a couple seconds to get those things extended or retracted, but it's very often over 100 amps. And if you've got a 12-volt to 24-volt, or sorry, the other way around, 24-volt to 12-volt converter that's only rated to put out, that's only going to put out 70 amps, then those slides are going to ask for 130 amps, and that converter is only going to be able to put out 70 amps, and it's either A, not going to work, or B, it's going to be really slow, and it's effectively not going to work. It's just unreliable. So can you do multiple 70 amp controllers in parallel? Yeah, you can, but I think the wiring just gets clunky and cumbersome for that, and so I'd rather just leave that battery in place.
Yeah. Cool. When are you coming out with the 50 amp Class A conversion video?
So with dual multipluses, it's not going to happen. We're going to do a tabletop demo of how to connect dual multipluses in a system. But the 50 amp fifth wheel video that we did, it's been live for a couple months at this point, and that's kind of where we ended the year. Those videos were just taking, on average 3 weeks. Yeah, 3 weeks to film, edit, and all that kind of stuff. Whenever we were putting out one video every week, I think you can kind of do the math there on why that was starting to get not feasible. Plus, it's now winter. It's currently snowing. So we wouldn't be able to and we don't have a shop big enough to do a 50 amp Class A motorhome in. All of our garages are a max of 12 feet. So basically, it just wasn't feasible. But we have a kit and we have a diagram already ready to go. It's been up for a while. And we'll be doing a video over a dual multi-plus setup just on a tabletop demonstration, which I think will actually be more helpful.
Yeah, I think so too.
It'll be easier to see.
Yeah. Cool. This one is actually a good question and a good transparency question, because I'm all about transparency. How come you don't sell LI Time, Dr. Prepare, or any other less expensive batteries? Do you have a gag order or a non-compete with Battleborn?
Yes, we do. So we're under Battleborn. We've been working with Battleborn since like 2017 or so. Without them, we probably wouldn't have all of the information that we have available to us to give to all of you guys. Last year or 2 years ago, we're in a second year of a 3-year contract with Battleborn Batteries. They are the title sponsor of our channel, and basically we just can't put out any content that features a different battery. We don't have to do anything. We don't have to badmouth other batteries and stuff like that, which we don't.
We never do.
Which we don't unless there's a problem. But we just can't feature another battery on our channel. So all of our systems will work with pretty much any battery manufacturer that's out there. We just can't show any other batteries on the channel. So
yeah. And as for selling the batteries, we don't really sell a lot of batteries just because we don't really have the warehouse space to stock a ton of batteries regardless. But ultimately, we want to sell the top of the line and products that we stand behind as well. And that's really hard to do with battery manufacturers. There's so many out there that are, they pop up and then they go away so quickly that, we don't want to be stuck trying to support customers if the battery manufacturer isn't able to support us.
Yeah, because that's
another big
because
reason.
we've kind of gotten into a bind a couple times on stuff like that before. Because if a battery goes bad, if you have a bad battery, then we determine it's our system design is good to go, and we determine that, hey, this is probably a battery issue. Then I just I loop in one of the tech support guys from Battleborn and say, hey, here's what's going on. Here's what we've tried. Here's the signs and symptoms that we're still seeing. Could you guys take it from there? And then usually they may have another step or two to fix, but otherwise then it's okay, yep, no, that's right. So let's get that battery just swapped out under warranty. And with other battery manufacturers historically, we just don't have that line of communication. And so it's just not one of those things that's available to us. So it's I have to tell somebody, it's hey, yeah, you're going to have to go contact their tech support, when in all reality, it's I know that it's going to be hit or miss on if they actually get the support that they need. And that makes me feel terrible. So I would rather just, promote something that I know is going to work.
Yeah. Cool. Would you wire an Ames AC converter, specific model number listed, to the lithium batteries direct or to the Lynx distributor?
Everything goes to the Lynx distributor.
That's what I would say too.
Yeah.
Cool. How come there isn't a good AIO converter? Oh, that's not at all what that says. Sorry. How come there isn't a good inverter charger for travel trailers?
Well, I'm not really sure I understand that question all the way. What's an AIO?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what AIO means. I have no idea. Can you clarify that question? Because there are a bunch of different inverter chargers that work well for travel trailers.
Mm-hmm.
So if you could clarify what you're asking there, and maybe drop what kind of travel trailer you're looking to upgrade, and we can point you in the right direction.
Yeah, all of our electrical systems and the upgrades we've done this year feature inverter chargers. So we definitely have inverter chargers that work good for these.
How come All in one. Oh my gosh.
Okay. Yeah, all-in-one inverter charger. Yeah, so I mean, if that's the case, an all-in-one inverter charger with an inverter and a charger in it, like the multi-plus that's over there behind Steph. That's what we put in all of our system designs that we do on our site. We don't have any like separate inverters and separate charger systems. I don't like those setups. I think it takes too much wiring.
Agreed.
Because then you have to start messing around with transfer switches, and you can't power things directly from shore power. It still has to go through the batteries or your transfer switch, and it just gets kind of complicated. So, yeah, all of our systems do have inverter chargers in them.
Yep. And if you go into our shop and go into the build your own system and select tow behind camper, that would be a travel trailer.
Yeah. And if I'm trying to keep an eye on the chat right here for somebody to correct me, because if you're talking about the, let's see, the Victron Easy Solar that has an inverter charger and a solar charge controller in one, if that's what you're talking about by an all-in-one kind of thing, it's because those don't exist for the North American market. They're probably going to be fine if you're in Europe or somewhere else that has 230 volt whatever power. But Victron doesn't make it for here, so yeah.
Cool. How come you guys don't do any audio upgrades in your vans, subs, car audio, amplifiers, etc.? We did in our Sprinter.
Yeah, we did in the Sprinter. The audio in the Sprinter was absolutely terrible, though, like from the factory.
Yeah.
It's so much.
The Transit's not bad, though.
Yeah, the Transit's like the audio in it is good enough, I guess. I don't know. I guess I'm just like not as interested in audio upgrades for the most part. The Transit that we have now, it's got like a big, nice touch screen on there, and like I'm sure you can add subs and amps and all that kind of stuff to that. I guess it's one of those things. It's like if it works well, I'm not going to really mess with it for the most part. Yeah, that's kind of why. It's not a good reason why, but that is why.
Landon asked, 4 100-watt Renogy solar panels on the roof of my Sienna, planning to mount those loose to L-angle aluminum, mount the L to the factory roof rails. Is 2 to 3 M8 plus nuts per side adequate?
That's tough to tell. Hardware questions are always hard, and I also don't like telling you how many bolts you need to secure something to something else. That seems like a liability on my point.
I don't think our insurance would really like you answering that question.
Yeah. So I mean, you'll just have to like play around with it and see how many bolts and how many nuts and how many plus nuts and stuff it's going to take to, to make something feel secure. And it's also like up to your own kind of risk analysis and stuff like that, because what I'm okay with in our own van may be different than what you're okay with in your own van, and so on and stuff like that. So that's a hard question to ask. So sorry, I can't give a more specific answer on that one.
Yeah. Okay, Patrick asked, I'm considering 3 rich solar 250-watt panels, but Renogy has a two-piece 550-watt monocrystalline solar panel setup that costs less with higher output. No fit issues, so why wouldn't I go with Renogy?
Yeah, either way. I mean, the solar panels are pretty much all the same.
Yeah.
There's a few different kinds of like, monocrystalline versus polycrystalline versus, they've got all kind of bifocal, I think is another one. But solar panels are all pretty much the same for the most part, shy of those few little differences and stuff like that. So yeah, if the 550 watt panels work for the space that you have available, then that's great. I don't see any reason to go with the other one.
Is 100% actually 100% in the Victron app? I notice it'll say 100%, but it won't be in the float state.
Yeah, it should be 100% if your settings are all set up properly. Yeah, basically. I mean, really close to it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So it should be.
Do I need to ground solar panels on top of on the roof of fiberglass, or I'm not sure what that one says. Hang on. Do I need to ground solar panels on top of the roof of fiberglass aluminum frame travel trailer. I have 5 240-watt panels installed without a ground for a couple of years with no issues touching them. Okay, so this is solar panel grounding.
So as far as like grounding the panels to like the frame of the panels, I mean, that's realistically sort of a like a lightning protection kind of deal. We don't run ground wires to any of our solar array systems. ABYC doesn't require it. The NEC says that you can treat certain solar panel installations as a floating array where the panels, the panel frames aren't grounded with an actual wire. So no, I don't see any reason to run ground wires for the solar panel frames. If your RV gets struck by lightning, there's going to be a lot of damage that a ground wire from the solar panels won't help.
Very true.
Yeah, holes in the roof, that kind of stuff. Fire.
Just a random side note that I'm trying to keep an eye on the chat. But Bad Bake mentioned that they really liked the I made that sticker.
Oh, good.
I would like to take credit for that because I designed that.
Steph did all of the stickers so like when you purchase from us, we give out a little sticker pack, and there's an I made this sticker. I don't think we have any here.
No, I don't have any in here.
Yeah.
Not in here. There's a ton in the van though.
Oh yeah.
But yes, I love those stickers too.
Yeah, they're pretty fun.
You should be very proud of the fact that you made that. Okay. Yeah, going back to questions, and just so you guys know, we are still trying to work through all of these questions. I have like 8 pages of questions, and we're like halfway through page 4 currently.
We're going to be here pretty much.
Trying to keep on top of this, but I may have to take a break here in a minute and like go get a beer or something. I know it's only 10 o'clock, but dang.
We also have been up for like 6 hours at this point, though. So.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. All Victron in the new system, but can't afford a multi-plus alternate. Any alternate 2K inverter recommendations? Any opinion on Cimarine? Cimarine? Is that how you say that? Cimarine?
Ooh, I always pronounced it Cimarine.
Cimarine.
I don't know if that's correct, though.
I don't know.
But anyway.
You also pronounced anchor as Anchor.
Yeah, I did.
Even though that is a word, is anchor.
Anchor, but I don't know. It's not selling anchors. They're selling wires.
For marine setups.
But you don't like tie the anchor like with a wire.
Okay, well.
It's a chain. Okay, so the question was basically looking for alternative options for
a 2K inverter charger.
2K inverter charger that's not Victron. And maybe Ames. Cymarine's probably good too. The thing is like I don't have a lot of experience with non-Victron components for the most part. I really like finding a solution that works and that I like and going from there. Mm-hmm. There are other channels that do a lot of like inverter reviews, and Will Prouse, his channel, he does a lot of like this versus that reviews, and he does a great job with those. And so I just don't have enough experience with all the different inverter chargers on the market. There's 1,000 of them out there. I will say that as you start decreasing in price, you start losing either features, quality, or customer support. In my experience, that's kind of like what you're giving up. Which one you're giving up is going to depend on which brand you choose. So that's kind of all I can say about that, really.
Yeah. Related question just popped up. What's your view on Red Arc versus Victron for overlanding? Pros and cons?
I don't have a ton of experience with Red Arc. We've just recently started looking at it, and I think they've got some cool stuff for sure.
They have some really cool features.
That like manager thing that they've got. Mm-hmm. Like I really like that concept. Like if you have like a truck or something like a small truck or something like that, like I could see that being, really useful. I think for the bigger systems like the multi plus 2K, multi plus 3K, or bigger. I think you're going to have a hard time beating Victron for that kind of stuff. But we'll probably end up starting to sell Red Arc in our store just because we're so impressed with some of the stuff we've been seeing recently on that, specifically on that power manager, which is really cool. thing.
That's a really cool feature.
That might not be called a power manager. I don't know. I think I'm making it. Is it called that?
I don't know.
Okay.
I was just going to let you go with it.
That's the hard part about doing these is because I can't like just have Grace
You can't
like
fact check yourself.
like edit in like what things are called and have her like sarcastically pop them up over my head.
The power switch.
Yeah, power thing.
Salt Lakers asked a really good question. With the popularity of your YouTube channel, do you find it hard to stay grounded? I think that's a really good like work-life balance question. And for a long time, for me at least, for a long time, I did find it pretty hard to kind of step away from work. We're both kind of workaholics, and we enjoy what we do. We enjoy being able to put out this content. We enjoy being able to really figure this stuff out and try to educate everybody. But excuse me. On that note, we did just a few months ago. We moved outside of Steamboat. We're still in the Steamboat area, but just outside of town. So we're not kind of in the hustle and bustle. I know Steamboat isn't a big city, but
Yeah.
it still felt like a big city. So we moved out and bought some land, and we have our horses out here with us and everything. And it's been really great for our work-life balance and kind of mental health to be able to have our horses out here and have some land, have some like peace and quiet out here, and not be just kind of, I don't know, stuck in the middle of work all the time.
Yeah, it allows us to give us like step away from something, because I feel like before we moved out here, it was hard to get away from Explorus Life things and electrical systems and all that kind of stuff, because it was like that was sort of all there was to do. Like I could get away from it, by going skiing or going biking, which I'm still doing. I mean, still doing all of that. But it was like on the days that I wasn't skiing or the days I wasn't biking, it was like that I didn't really have anything else to do necessarily. Now it's like, with a little bit of land, we both grew up in the country. And so it's getting back to that. Like there's always something to do. There's always a fence to fix, or there's a, dead tree to cut up, or, something like that, which that's still work, but it's just different work.
Yeah, it's more kind of like mindless physical. Just manual labor is always good to do, and it forces us to take a step back from work and go do stuff. Our horses need us, and so we have to go check on them. We have to go make sure their water isn't frozen. We have to go make sure they're not cold, and getting their proper nutrition. And one of our horses is always sick, so there's always something to do.
Yeah, so I think our work-life balance has gotten better. It's gotten way year after year. It's gotten better. But yeah, I think that's it. Thanks for asking. Like,
yeah.
We don't ever really talk about that on our channel anymore. So
yeah. Okay. Can you wire two batteries in parallel directly to the Lynx shunt terminals instead of going through the Lynx power in, trying to squeeze into a tight space using two 24-volt, 234 amp hour batteries in parallel?
That's not really how we design our systems. We do battery bank wiring in diagonal instead of in like that true parallel form. Like it sounds like what you're asking about. So, the way that all of our Lynx distributor wiring kits, which is basically what you're asking about. I'm gonna pull it up over here. We can screen share. I'll go ahead and pull it up. So shop wiring kits. That'll be component wiring kits. Once it loads, oh my goodness, we're using all of the Wi-Fi here at our place. And then actually live streaming, we probably have a bunch of people on the site too. So we're having to share with everybody. So looking for the Lynx distributor wiring kit here, because that's what we end up doing with all of our kits effectively. So you've only got one set of positive and one set of negative wires coming from the battery bank, so off each end. Now, this doesn't have the batteries wired together, just because that's not what this kit is. We've got a battery bank wiring kit that shows the battery bank wiring. But, when you're using our system designs, you're only going to have that one positive and one negative going to there. If you're doing the link shunt, it looks like that. So, let's see, battery bank wiring kit. Let's see if that pops up down here. No, it doesn't. But yeah, that's basically the answer to that. Let me come back to this. Okay.
Cool. When using a Multiplus 2 2X120 with a BMV 712 and a Servo GX, what's the best place to hook up the temperature lug that came with the Multiplus 2? Is it best to hook it up to the Servo GX?
We don't connect that in any of our system designs. The only reason that you need that is if you're not using lithium batteries. So if you're using AGM batteries, for example, AGM or lead acid batteries, the voltage of which they charge needs to change based on what temperature the battery is. And lithium batteries don't need that, and they shouldn't have that. So that's why in all of our video tutorials that we put out, you never see us connect that battery temperature sensor to the Multiplus. That should just be left disconnected if you have lithium batteries.
Robbie asked, I've been hearing chatter about pre-charging inverters. Do you think that is necessary in some cases? Also, is there any particular order that that components should be powered up?
So two-part question there. The first one is inverter pre-charging. And if you've got an adequately sized battery bank and adequately sized wiring and high-quality components in your system, you don't need to mess with that. None of our electrical systems, you don't have to do that on any of them. I think some of the pre-charging ones are maybe some lower quality components that you have to do that in, but you don't have to do that with our system designs with adequately sized battery banks. Yep. The second part of that question was,
is there any particular order that components should be powered up?
Yeah. So basically, you should turn the battery switch on first, and then the solar switch on second, and then when you're turning the system off, turn off the solar isolator first, and then the battery switch second. So you should always have your battery switch should be the first thing on and the last thing off, basically. With our system designs, though, if you forget to do that or whatever, it's not really going to damage anything. It's just not good on the charge controller to do that. I have seen some lower quality charge controllers that can't really handle that whenever you disconnect the battery side first and still have solar hooked up, and it can damage those. But with Victron charge controllers, that's really not a problem. So there actually is a Victron video. It's either a video or a blog post that talks about like specifically what happens when you disconnect a battery bank before you disconnect solar. And it's kind of technical, but it's actually really good and really detailed. So yeah,
cool.
I would link to it, but I would just have to go look for it.
Yeah,
I'm not going to. I don't have that kind of attention span at the moment.
Okay. John asked, when tying a Victron Multiplus into the RV AC wiring, which wiring is recommended, Romex or SOOW?
So we're pretty much never adding Romex into a system. It's fine to use Romex if it's already pre-existing in the system and connecting it into it. So like all of our kits, we use either fine stranded marine wire, or I think we use SOOW or SOO wire for the 6-4 wire.
Yeah, 6-4 and 6-3. Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, we're never adding Romex into the equation. We're utilizing the pre-existing Romex that's found in the system because we're not going to rewire an entire RV, basically. I think, was that the question?
Yes, that was the question. Sorry, I was just trying to find the
Okay.
next question. Okay. Jeff asked, I have a full Victron setup, but have chosen to use 4 100 amp hour lead acid batteries to save money for now. What items should the Victron setup include for these lead acid batteries to work?
Yeah, that's a good question. So Nothing has to change from lead acid to lithium as far as like what components you're using. Wire size, fuse size, component size, and choice is all realistically going to be the same. You're just going to have to program all those components for the batteries that you've chosen, which the manufacturer of your batteries should be able to supply all of that information needed. So the good news is you can go from lead acid with a full Victron system to lithium with a full Victron system, basically without switching any components. You just have to reprogram for the new chemistry of batteries used, basically.
Would you suggest an external thermostat for cooling components or directly from the Servo GX in terms of reliability?
Ooh, that's a good question. I don't know. Let's see. I don't think I have a strong opinion on it. I think the little external thermostat that we installed, or that we showed how to use, I think it works fine. I don't know how accurate it truly is, so you kind of have to play around with it a little bit. I will say the thing about the Servo that is a little nicer is you can say it's like, once this temperature sensor gets to 100 degrees, turn the fan on, and then don't turn the fan off until it gets below 95 degrees. Mm-hmm. And you couldn't do that with that little $10 thermostat. So it's like the cycle time of the fan on the cheap thermostat is really short. I think the only thing I was kind of like didn't really like is in Mom's motorhome, we did her vent fans up to the relay in the Multiplus and had those external fans turn on when the Multiplus fans turned on. And I feel like the fans in the Multiplus turned on a little too late in the game for that to be. It was already kind of warm in the enclosure before our auxiliary fans turned on. And ultimately, it's fine. We didn't have issues with it, but I think I would probably just do it to the Servo in the next case. So all about fans.
Will you test sodium versus lithium batteries when sodium becomes more available?
Yeah, I mean, maybe. It's tough to tell. Whenever stuff is so far off in the distance and it's not readily available, it's I'm not going to guarantee I'm going to test anything. It's solid state batteries are going to come out, that's going to be a new technology. But until things are actually available to all of you to purchase, I see no reason to test things. Basically. Yeah. Unless they're actually available.
Jeff asked, my LED puck lights blink whenever the inverter is working. Have you heard of this problem?
I have, and sometimes that's hard to diagnose. Sometimes, various systems are going to, or various components are going to introduce some interference into the DC side of the system. I think another common thing that happens with that is the Webasto diesel heaters. When those are turning on, sometimes they'll make the LED lights flicker, and there's not a really good way to avoid that. With the inverter, though, that one's kind of interesting. I don't think I've heard that one working hard. I would definitely, it almost seems like the inverter is introducing some DC ripple into the system. So I would definitely make sure that all your connections and crimps are good. You're not having any kind of excess heat at those connection points, as well as making sure that the wire sizes are up to spec. So that's kind of where I would start with that. That one's kind of a hard one to diagnose. We're going to do one more question right now, and then we're going to take a real quick break, probably 5 minutes. I want to get a refill, and so we'll be back after this question. So y'all just hang around. Y'all go take a break too if you need it, and we'll all reconvene after a 5-minute break.
Cool. After this question, then?
After this question.
Cool. Anthony asked, do you have any experience with the Renogy Rego system?
Portable power unit. Mostly the portable power units are, the same. They've got different stats and specs and features and warranties and stuff like that. But I get a request to review a different portable power unit every single day. I could turn this channel into Nate's portable power review station if I wanted to. There's that many of them, but I don't want to.
Yeah.
So, and I think they're all fine. We have a little Jackery 500 that we charge up and throw it in the Subaru Crosstrek when we're just going out for like weekend car camping or something like that. And it works fine. I'm sure the Renogy Rego and all those other portable power units are going to work in a similar fashion. Okay, quick break, and we will be right back, probably 5 minutes. And we're back. Thanks for waiting on us. So we been streaming for, I don't know, a couple hours at this point. So
Yeah.
I'm having a good time,
Yeah, this is
personally.
great.
I hope all y'all are having a good time as well. Been a long time since we've done a live stream on this channel. We've kind of kicked around the idea of doing these more often. So it's kind of our pilot tester stream, if you will. So if you want us to do more of these, let us know in the comments as well. As also drop your questions in the comments. We've been answering questions for basically the last
2 hours?
2 hours, and we've answered how many questions? Oh, they're not numbered.
Oh, they're not numbered, but I'm on, let's see, we're on page 5 of 9.
Yeah, so we're like halfway through. So we're probably going to hang out for pretty much as long as we have questions or until I lose my voice, basically. I think that's kind of what we're going to end up doing today. So, like if you're just showing up, just a heads up that we have Black Friday sales going on right now on our website, and we're doing some full system. Oh goodness, there's the voice. It's going. Oh no. We're doing some sales on full systems over at shop.explorist.life, and we are also doing some various kit sales. So we're doing full kit bundle sales until Monday night, and then our flash sales are going on at the moment. And so we go flash sale here. Let's see I don't even remember what's currently active. So from 9 to 11 a.m. MST, Mountain Standard Time, we got 20% off of charge controller wiring kits. So all of the charge controller wiring kits are on sale for 20% off of what they normally are. So if you have a charge controller, this includes all of the wiring, fusing, lugs, heat shrink, all that kind of stuff to connect any size of charge controller that Victron makes up to the Victron Links distributor, from the smallest of the small charge controllers up to the big 150 100s and 250 100s. So that is what is going on currently, but we are sitting here answering questions, and I think we will get back into it.
Yeah, let's jump right back in. Kenny asks, I have 2 Victron Multiplus 2 12-volt 3,000-watt inverters that I have never hooked up. I'm looking to sell or trade them for a Quattro 5,000-watt. Do you know anyone that might be interested? Do you?
Not really. You'll just have to try like Facebook Marketplace.
Yeah, I would definitely recommend Facebook Marketplace. I know a lot of people have. I know a lot of people who have purchased their inverters on Facebook Marketplace, and had really good success there.
Yeah.
Especially if they're new in box.
Yeah, it should be fine there. I thought this was a beer.
It's a LaCroix.
Oh, okay. So I would also say that just a bit of caution there. If you bought Multiplus 2X 120s, is that what was in the question?
No, it doesn't say anything about 2X 120. Just Multiplus 2s.
Okay, perfect. Never mind then.
Making stuff up in your head.
I was. I'm always just trying to find problems, like potential problems, and come up with solutions immediately, even whenever a problem doesn't actually exist.
Okay, I have a Ford Transit 2023 with the upfitter switches. Do you know if I can use the bus bar that's located outside on the driver's seat base? Can I just hook to it and add an inline fuse?
I don't have any experience with those upfitter switches. I know there's quite a bit of pretty good documentation on those upfitter switches. Our Transit was supposed to come with upfitter switches, but it got delivered without them. So I unfortunately was not able to use them. But I would imagine that any kind of bus bar is going to be good for the negative side. And then you've probably got the switches and or relays in there. But yeah, ultimately there's probably going to be some good documentation on the Ford Upfitter portal. Or I think there's some blog posts out there that have info on the upfitter switches.
Yep. John asked, he is ordering the 12-volt 3,000-watt 2X120 and 50-amp junction box from our site as we speak, which was like probably an hour ago when he mentioned this anyway. Can I buy 4 extra of the flat ferrules used to wire the 6.4 in case I mess a few up? Now, I'll take this question.
Perfect.
The flat ferrules, I assume you're referring to the pin terminals. If you email in, we can always get you a couple of extras if you mess them up. But just in general, for any of you who have bought our kits, if you mess up a crimp or mess something up while you're installing, we'll always send you an extra lug or two, or extra
Heat shrink.
extra heat shrink, extra ferrules. Like, yeah, we don't include them. We used to when we first started the shop. We used to include a baggie of like extras, and we found that people didn't like that because they didn't like having extras at the end. That was like what they really liked about our kits, was you had exactly what you needed, no more, no less. And so we stopped including the extras and instead started just saying on, like, if you see at the bottom of your packing slip, who reads their packing slips? If you, at the bottom of our packing slip, it does say, like, if you're missing something, or for sure if you're missing something, but you've messed up a crimp or something and just need an extra piece of heat shrink, just email us and we'll send you one. It's fine.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. So.
Okay, let's see. Robert asks, pros and cons of using marine wiring, in particular when routing that wiring outside of the camper from end to end, or from the tow vehicle engine to the rear of the tow vehicle engine. So tinned wiring.
Yeah, it's going to be great. The only difference between tinned wire and untinned wire is all of the copper wire has been coated in tin, which makes it a little more corrosion resistant. But, in most mobile applications, it's not really necessary to do tinned wire, because all of the wires in your Mercedes or all the wires in your Ford Transit, none of those are tinned. So tinned is going to be great for boats where you're sitting in salty sea air, basically. But it's not going to be a negative thing. It's just more expensive, basically. So
yeah, we looked at potentially offering tinned wiring options for our wiring kits, and ultimately, just cost versus benefit analysis, we decided that the ultimately having tinned wiring in your electrical system is going to mean that your electrical system is probably going to outlast the vehicle itself.
Yeah.
So we kind of decided that really wasn't worth it for almost double the price in the wiring.
Yeah, because the wire is already really expensive, and we were like, well, we made that decision to not do marine wiring in order to save y'all money. We didn't feel like it was worth y'all spending extra money on marine wire when your van's going to be sitting in Arizona or whatever. Like, yeah. But there's no problem with using it. It's just we don't supply it.
Michaela asked, I'm replacing the AGM with lithium. Battery holders are 2 under the van, 1 on each passenger and driver's side. The distance between the 2 batteries will result in longer battery cables. Will this be okay, or a loss of power?
Oh, that's a hard setup. But a battery on each side of the van. I don't know. I have a really strong opinion about that without being there. Because you definitely want your batteries as close together as you can possibly do it, as you can get them. Because, the longer the battery to links distributor wires are, the more considerations you have on wire sizes and lengths and voltage drop and DC ripple and all this kind of stuff. So that's why you see in all of our systems we have, the batteries immediately next to all the components, and then the all that stuff is connected with basically 5 feet of wire. So I don't think I have any super strong advice on that particular setup, unfortunately.
If my car battery ever dies, could I use my home batteries to jump the vehicle?
It depends on the setup. In all of our system designs, no, basically. But I would just recommend getting one of those like jump packs, those little portable jump starter jump packs, and just carry that with you. I feel like starting batteries don't really die that often. I mean, unless you like leave headlights on, but any newer vehicles, it's going to start dinging at you if your headlights are still on when your engine's not on. But you can have one of those portable jumpstart packs powered by your new electrical system in the back of the van or RV and just keep it plugged in. And then if you need to jumpstart, you can just do it off of that. That's the easiest way to do it. I've found you can make anything happen, but for the sake of keeping it simple, that's what I recommend.
Cool. I want to wire 2 different lights with 2 on, off, on. Up is white, down is red. Red can't be on when white is on. I know I'll need relays to get it work, but I'm not sure how.
Yeah.
Oof. Yeah.
Go get a Garmin power switch.
Yes.
Yeah. You can get the Garmin power switch to you can program it to all kinds of different stuff and settings on your phone. I'm not quite following what like specific use case we've got going on there, but you can do all kinds of stuff with the Garmin power switch, and it's all on your phone and Bluetooth. So you don't really need like a two-way switch necessarily. Oh, our camera battery's about to die. I'll change that in just a second. So you don't really necessarily need like the two-way switches and stuff like that, because you can just do it with the Garmin power switch and then have your phone with you and control those lights from your phone. Okay, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go swap out a camera battery, and then we'll be back in 2 seconds. And we're back now with a 97% full battery. Sorry about that. Okay, let's just jump right back into it.
Alrighty. Let's see. We were at. I have access. Marty asks. I have access to a new residential size power panel for an off-grid van setup. I plan to use for next spring. Any issues I should be aware of using these for mobile solar applications? So residential solar panels.
Oh, solar panels. No, that's fine. I mean, pretty much all solar panels, like with metal frames and glass over the top of them, are built the same.
Yeah, we used a residential one on Leslie's van, and that was totally fine.
Yeah, they're all pretty much going to be built the same. They're built all in the same place with the same glass, with the same frames for the most part.
Brad asked, do I need to ground a Progressive Dynamics distribution center to the chassis on the AC side?
No, not if using our system designs. So that doesn't need to happen because that happens inside of the Multiplus. The Multiplus inverter charger has a ground to neutral bond relay, and the neutral needs to be grounded to the chassis of the vehicle when not connected to shore power, but then the neutral needs to be connected to the ground of the power of the campground power pedestal whenever connected to shore power. So that has to happen, but it has to switch back and forth between the two depending on if you are or are not connected to shore power. So the neutral to ground bond relay inside of the multi-plus handles that neutral to ground bond. So you don't want to run either the ground, or neither the ground nor the neutral to the chassis ground in a van build setup, in any of our system designs.
Yep. Okay, I just ordered I just ordered 3 200 watt, 2 55 watt, and 2 35 watt solar panels from your site. I have mine with the RTX 2000 and a Max Air fan 7500 on an Unaka roof rack with the Transit HR extended. Would you recommend any custom wire lengths?
Like
Probably not. If you bought the kit that went with the, the Transit setup that we have, so it would be the exact same setup minus one 200 watt panel, because we don't have the extended version. I believe that comes with 30 feet of solar wire, 30 or 40 feet of solar wire.
He's got the RTX something. Is it, so it's a 12
Yeah.
volt system. Yeah, so 580 solar charging wiring. So this is what you've got going on.
Yeah, with one extra 200 watt panel.
Oh, with one extra 200 watt
Yeah.
panel. Yeah.
Yeah, because they've got the extended.
Yeah, that's a good question because you're going to have multiple charge controllers for that setup. Yeah, you're going to need to do custom sizing on those wire sizes because you're going to have,
I'm sorry. I'm going to interrupt you because they're right under there. He added additional information. I'm adding one more 200 watt panel than you did in your video because mine's extended length. I'm planning series on the 3 200 watt and series 255 watt with 235 watt in parallel going to a separate MPPT.
Yeah, so in that case, you'll basically be having two separate solar arrays. As far as like wire lengths, you'll probably just have to measure. You'll probably just have to get up, on that roof and then measure. Or, you can kind of go by this setup that we've got going on here. And we used, how much wire is in this one?
40 feet.
We used 40 feet of wire for this array on our Transit. And realistically, you could probably just double that. You could probably just go with 80 feet, and that should get you plenty. I think that would be that's probably what I would do instead of measuring because it's going to be real close.
Cool.
Yeah.
Based on a 30 amp RV, do you have recommendations for the fuses? For fuses, I have a Victron 24 volt 2000 watt multi-plus and the 2412 70 amp converter.
Yeah, sure. All kinds of recommendations on fuses on this guy here. So this is a good chance to, if you haven't seen it yet, that's popping up on literally every single one of our store pages. So click on my little face down there in the bottom corner, and this is an RV, right? So
I
we're
believe so. Yeah,
so
RV. Motorhome, 30 amp.
Yep. So motorhome down here, 30 amp, and this is a multi-plus 2K. Is it
3K.
3K?
24 volt 3K.
So 24 volt 3K. So we can go to, that's going to be consistent with a battery bank size of 400 to basically 800 amp hours here. We'll click on that. And to make this a 24 volt system, we're going to click on, 3K.
3K.
My camera is so much in the way.
It is, yeah.
Let's see, how can I trick this thing into giving us a 24 volt system?
You could just go to the build your own.
Let's just do that. That's going to be easier because that's where it's going to end up. If you're doing there, and then we're going to do motorhome, and then we're going to do 30 amp.
The filters aren't on that page yet.
Okay.
I haven't figured out how to get them there. Yeah, so I don't think we actually have a, let's see, this is for a 30 amp, 24 volt. That's why we don't actually have a kit yet.
No, we don't.
That will be coming out within the next week or so.
I don't know that kit will be coming out. No, not a 24 volt on a multi-plus 3K. It's tough to say. I can't remember what we decided on there, as if we were going to do the 24 volt version of that or not.
Why would we not do a 24 volt
I mean,
3K for a?
Because we have it on the 50 amp motorhome.
Oh yeah, you're right. It's not on my list.
It's not on our list to do. Because you really only need 24 volt on that if you're going to do more than 1,400 watts of solar.
Yeah, so that's Alexander, if you're still on and watching. Let us know why you've chosen that 24 volt system and see if we can come up with
Better solution.
a better solution. Yeah, and have you purchased parts yet?
Yep.
So, okay, we'll come back to that one, hopefully. Mike says, I'm putting together a 24 volt system, another 24 volt system. Which way would be a better battery system? 12 volts in series, or would it be better to use a 24 volt battery in parallel?
I'd probably just go 12 volt batteries. Get some of the 12 volt Battleborn batteries, and then do series parallel. That's how we have all of our system array or system designs set up. So it doesn't really matter. I think Battleborn has 24 volt batteries, but you can use those big 270 amp hour GC3s, which are 12 volt, and just wire those in series to form a 24 volt battery bank. That's probably what I'd go with.
We already answered that one.
Lots of questions.
Yeah. Scott asked, I'm trying to decide between the older Victron Multiplus 3K 12 volt and the newer Multiplus 2. What are the advantages and disadvantages between the two?
They're basically the same thing. There's a few like internal differences and stuff like that. We talked about it in a particular video very briefly, but ultimately they're effectively the same thing electrically. The Multiplus 2 is taller and skinnier, and the older Multiplus is shorter and fatter. Oh yeah, that's the OG.
It's the squatty.
It looks really small just sitting over there.
It does.
it's like my water bottle's bigger than that. Okay, no,
That's how eyesight works.
Yeah, so like electrically, they're pretty similar. I think that's pretty much it. So.
Irene asks, I want to convert a 24-foot cargo trailer into a camper. I don't plan on putting holes in the roof. Is there a system layout you could recommend in 24 volts?
So I think all these questions about 24 volt, I kind of wonder why people are going to 24 volt. You know, we've made several videos. I'm not trying to like rant and like anything right now, but I think a lot of people should just stick to 12 volt systems. You know, unless you're doing more than 5,000 watts of inverting power or more than 1,400 watts of solar, you know, we already have these 12 volt systems like designed and ready to go. And then building a really small system on a 24 volt, it limits the options that you have available to you, specifically in solar array design. And then it kind of makes the DC charging side of things a little more complicated. And so it's just, if you're trying to do like a 5,000 watt system or a 5,000 watt inverting system, then yeah, we definitely have those available. But I don't know if that's the case with most people. That's a pretty uncommon system for the most part.
Is that all you have to say?
Yeah,
about that?
I think that's all I have to say for that. I don't have like an answer necessarily. Yeah, if you don't want to put holes in the roof at all, you're gonna have a hard time with solar panels, I think. Because I'm not a big fan of just like gluing or taping solar panels to the roof. I'm very much a nuts and bolts and screws kind of guy.
Yeah. So this question, actually, this person just asked another one as well, so I'm going to read both of them. How do I decide what cable to use from a 24 volt 230 amp hour lithium battery to the Lynx distributor? I have 1,200 watts of solar. I also need the 24 volt kit for the 30 amp motorhome. I'm using two 24 volt, 230
there are so
amp
many
hour
numbers
batteries.
in this one.
Sorry. I'll lay it out for you. I'm using two 24 volt, 230 amp hour batteries because of a space constraint. I wish you guys did have a plan for that. I have to use 24 volt as I'm using 2,000 watts of solar.
Where are you reading at?
So right here and then right here. So this was just a wire sizing question.
Okay.
And down here is the rest of the information. So effectively, they are needing a 24 volt, 3,000 watt kit for a 30 amp motorhome. They need to use 24 volt because they have 2,000 watts of solar.
Yeah. So if you've already bought your batteries and you're already gone down the 24 volt range, we ultimately don't have a kit available for that. We'll consider putting together one for that.
I don't think it would be difficult, and it wouldn't be much different than
No.
It wouldn't be much different than the existing camper van 24 volt system that we have available.
Or the 50 amp.
You would essentially need to take those two and kind of combine those, but
Yeah.
I don't think it would be too hard to do, and that's a good use case to see.
Yeah. So smaller inverter needs plus large
Solar.
large solar needs. Okay.
Large solar array.
Yep. Okay. Cool. Yeah. We'll do that, but we'll be 2 weeks out
2 weeks.
from getting that.
2
together.
weeks max.
So check back.
But to answer your question on wire and fuse sizing, we do have a wire sizing calculator on Explorus.life under Tools. If you check that out, then we've got a wire sizing calculator on there. If you can't wait for the couple weeks before we get this kit
Yeah.
available.
And I would also say that over on our store, under motorhome, and then under Explore 24 volt, this is a 50 amp for a 50 amp motorhome, so 50 amp shore power. This is featuring the MultiPlus 2X120, so this wouldn't be appropriate for a RV with 30 amp shore power, but you can kind of cheat a little bit and see what sizes of wires we're using for these various kits. So like this one in particular is the Victron MultiPlus 2 24 volt 3K 2X120, and you can click into that like actual parts page, and then it'll show you what size of wires. It actually doesn't say there.
If you click on the kit itself, go up, choose your inverter.
Oh, right.
Oh, I don't have it on that one, do I?
I think these are 1/0. All of this is 1/0. But yeah, but all the wire sizes will be included in our kits whenever we get those up and live, and also the wire sizes are listed in the user manual for each Victron component as well. So
cool. Okay, what's the difference between Bluetooth 100 by, hold on.
Oh, that's blue. That's smart solar versus blue solar. So there's two types of two of the Victron solar charge controllers on the market. There's the blue solar charge controller and the smart solar charge controller. And the smart solar has Bluetooth built into it, and the blue solar does not have Bluetooth built in, which is kind of confusing. But that's the only difference. So yeah, the blue solar, you can add Bluetooth to it with I think it's a VE Direct Bluetooth dongle, but we don't really sell those or deal with them, just because the Bluetooth is having it built in is just easier and cleaner.
Yep. Mark asks, why am I only getting 1 amp on my 400 watt 100 watt panels wired in series at 103 volts or charging at 14.5 volts? about 8 to 9 amps through the charger. That's only about 100 watts. Sounds like a settings issue.
Or the batteries are full.
Or the batteries are full.
Yeah, that's where I would start. I would start with making sure settings are good to go, and then making sure that the batteries aren't full. Because if a battery's full, your solar's not going to charge your batteries because it would overcharge the batteries, and that's not good.
Charles asked, we used dual Orion 2412 70 amp converters in lieu of an AGM 12 volt battery. Is this acceptable to you? I don't understand that.
So that's the question, talking about, instead of using a 24 to 12 volt converter like we did in all of our electrical installs, getting rid of the AGM battery or the factory battery, and then doing 2 of those. I mean, is it acceptable? I mean, it's fine. It's not how we design systems. It's not what I prefer, but
Yeah, that just increases the amperage. I see.
Yeah, so you've got 140 amps. So, I mean, it's going to be fine as long as you don't have anything that takes over 140 amps. If your trailer brakes take 180 amps and you don't have that battery in place, then, that might kind of be a bad deal if your converters can't supply enough power to it, which that's kind of why we leave the factory battery in place.
It's also going to be cheaper than buying another component when you already have that battery.
Yeah, and less complex to wire up just one converter to the factory battery than two converters and then sending that to bus bars and rewiring all of that.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not, I mean, it's fine. If you've already done it and it's working good for you, then that's great. Go with that. But that's really not how we would do it.
Cool. I have consumers like GPS trackers and security cameras on my starter battery, so I do need to be able to trickle charge it, but I haven't found a solution from Victron. I would really like a Victron solution.
Yeah, okay. So, I think I'd be moving all that stuff back to your house batteries.
Yeah. Is there a reason why you wouldn't just be wiring that to the house batteries instead of having all of those charges coming off of your starting battery?
Yeah.
I feel like the starting battery needs to be solely for starting the car.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, if you're going to add auxiliary things to your starting battery, those things need to be things that you're going to use when the starting battery is running. Mm-hmm. All of our auxiliary lights on the front of our van are wired into the starting battery, but there's never going to be a time that we need to use those when the engine's not running. So if you have security cameras that are wired to your starting battery, I would consider moving those back to the house battery. I think that'd be more appropriate than trying to find a way to fabric cobble a trickle charger onto the starting battery. Yeah,
Yep.
That's what I think.
Okay, Joe asked, I set up a dual DC to DC charger exactly like yours, but I wanted to know about orientation, meaning can I turn them horizontal or do they have to be vertical?
Oh, that's a good question. I saw this. I think you asked this one the other day on the YouTube channel, and basically those need to be vertical. Those Orions get really hot, and the heat sinks on the back of them are oriented in such a way that oriented, is that a word?
Yes.
Okay. They are
degraded is not though.
I felt like I was trying to add an extra syllable. Orientated, that's not a word. So those heat sinks on the back of the Orions need to be so that the fins are vertical so that they will cool efficiently. So yeah, they basically just need to be straight up and down.
Cool. Let's see. We already answered that question. What is the highest quality Bluetooth tank sensors to use with a Victron system?
Seems like Bluetooth tank sensor. Oh yeah, so we did those Mopica tank sensors. We did a specific video about that. Just like Mopica tank sensor. We've had really good results with those, and we even put ours on our gray water tank, which they're not really for that. They're not supposed to be. Like food particles and stuff like that in the water kind of like messes up the reading on them. Apparently, that's what Mopica said, but we decided to try it anyway. We've had great results with those. It's been really close, honestly. So I'd probably go with that. So yeah. because they have those for water as well as propane. I don't think it's going to work on a black water tank though, and I don't think I have a solution for that just because I haven't looked. But yeah.
Mario asks, the battery monitor shows 100%, but when I connect to shore power, it shows that the batteries are in bulk mode. Why is that? 500 amp hour Battleborn with all Victron components.
That sounds like a settings problem. I bet your batteries probably aren't truly 100%, and the battery monitor is saying that they are. Yeah, I would look into the settings that you've used. Say there was a Battleborn battery bank.
Yes.
Yeah. So if you've purchased this system through us, like reach out to us on our tech support email that's on your packing slip or your receipt in your email, and we'll send you over a settings cheat sheet for that so you can get all that set up. Yep.
Cool. RVing with G said, could you please have Victron make their links distributor with 5 fuses because we can connect that ground off of either end of that links distributor. It's sad that they don't just give us one more.
Yeah, there's been some discussion internally with like what size is best and stuff like that. I think they need to do a double. That way you can have 2, you can have 4, you can have 6, you can have 8. I think that would be pretty great. But we also
like an add-on, like a
basically
half-links?
yeah, half links basically that has like 2 extra spaces.
Yeah.
I think that would be pretty good because then you could have just 2 of them if you needed. You could have 4 of them. You could have 6 of them, 8 of them, so on and so forth. By using any combination of 2 space links or 4 space links. But we also have that one video where we put an MRBF fuse on the end of the links distributor, and that works in most cases. We sell a double MRBF fuse holder on our site, so you can add 2 spots onto the end of the links distributor, and then when you do that, you sort of start running out of space on the negative bus bar. But you can just use one of our links adapters, and just basically put it on in the reverse fashion as you would on the other side with with one of the BMV shunts or something like that to give you some extra space. So there's a couple options. They're not quite as elegant as a 5 space links distributor or something, but doing the best with what we've got.
David said Victron changed the multi-plus settings when I updated the Victron Connect app. It shut off my ASC. I think it's when it monitors for a load before turning on the inverter. Do I need to reprogram it?
Yeah, that's kind of curious because it shouldn't do that. But yeah, I mean, you could always go back through if you've seen your settings like be reprogrammed. What is going on our page?
What is happening?
Oh my gosh. Hang on a second. Okay, sorry. Our website was going kind of crazy, just flashing over there. What was the question?
Victron changed the multi-plus settings. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, if you've seen your multi-plus settings change on a firmware update, go back through your settings and change them back to what they were if they've changed. So, yeah, because I suspect if your settings have changed, you've seen those settings changed because you've been on the MK3 USB dongle or something. Because that's the only way you can really see your settings change. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I just double check and make sure they haven't done anything weird.
Yep. Short of disconnecting solar panels, is there a way to test how individual panels are functioning? Tied to that question, I think, is there a way to see more than 30 days of history in the app?
Yeah, that's a good question. So you can put an amp clamp on the positive wire coming from the panels to kind of see like which ones are putting out what kind of power. That's kind of a good way to do that. You see basically a DC amp clamp going through, or to see how much power is coming from a panel. That would work. But as far as like testing individual panels, like on a normal basis, like that's not really something that we typically do, just because it's like you can kind of see over time. You can start to pick up on trends if you're consistently seeing, only 20% of your actual solar array output. There's something going wrong. So I would say panels don't go bad very often. I would say more often than not, it's going to be a wiring issue, a crimp issue, or something like that. That was a two-part question. What was the second part?
Is there a way to see more than 30 days of history?
I don't know. I don't know if that is an option or not. I think if you're using like a servo in your system, you might be able to see more data on the VRM portal, but I don't think there's actually, you know what? I think in the Victron Connect app, you can download a CSV file from the Victron Connect app, I think, and that might show you more than 30 days. I don't think I've ever had to do that, so
that was such a definitive answer.
So I can't say. If I were going to try to do that, that is the direction I would go to see if that would work.
Okay, is the Quattro overkill versus the Multiplus 2X for a mobile system? Excuse me. I don't see too many videos of the Quattro in an off-grid mobile system.
I guess it depends on what you're talking about with the Multiplus 2X. If it's talking about like the Multiplus 2X 120 for 50 amp shore power service, which I think we'll just say.
I assume that's what that one means, then the Quattro isn't for 50 amp service.
Yeah, the standard Quattro only has L1 neutral and ground on the input and the output on the AC side, so you can't really use it for 50 amp shore power. There is a new Quattro 2X 120. No, I don't really see any reason to have that, because if you have so the only difference between the Quattro and the Multiplus is the Quattro has two AC inputs, one of which would be solar. I'm sorry, that was entirely not correct. One of which would be generator, and the other of which would be shore power. And if you have an RV with a hardwired generator and hardwired shore power, you're going to have a transfer switch already installed. That's going to just be how your RV is wired. And so there's really no reason to spend the extra money on the Quattro and unwire your factory transfer switch and then feed all that wiring to the Quattro. I think that's just too much effort for like basically no added benefit. Basically, until they make a 2X 120 and 5K. I don't know if that's going to be a Multiplus or a Quattro. I've heard rumors of both, but basically, no, I don't see there being a good reason to do like a Quattro over the Multiplus. Is our store down?
I don't know.
Great.
Is anybody else getting a 503 error on our shop? Somebody did just say that the countdown timer was causing flashes. I think that might have been because I was too slow on updating it, and it was counting down to a negative time.
Oh, I see.
But now the whole site seems to be down. So
perfect.
Let me have 2 seconds to look into that.
Okay, we're going to take a quick break and get this sorted out. We'll probably be back 2 to 5 minutes. So if you have any other questions,
it looks like it's fine now. Sorry. I think we're fine.
Okay, and we're back.
I think that's exactly what was happening. If you guys are still seeing that on the site, let me know. But I think we just had the flash sale countdown going negative because I was too slow on updating it. But hopefully that is
a bad thing. We broke it.
Oh, that happened when we first launched the store, actually, 2 years ago. We launched the store, or Black Friday, 2 years ago. And when we launched it, pretty much the same thing happened. It was like there was so much traffic to the site that it broke the site, which is a great problem to have, but it's still a huge problem. So
Yes.
we appreciate all of you guys being on the store and checking things out. And they said it's been happening all morning, but then it'll restart. Now it seems to be happening more often. Well, darn. It may honestly just be an issue with so many people on the site.
Maybe. Let's y'all keep me in the loop on that, and if it keeps being an issue and stuff like that, we'll take a quick break and look into that.
Yeah, I don't want to end the live just to mess with
the website.
We still have several pages of questions to answer for you guys, and I still want to get all of these in. But if there's a major issue, especially if you're trying to check out on one of the flash sales, just let us know.
Yeah.
Okay. Can we keep going?
Back to it.
Did we answer that question with the Quattro? Did we get through it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Cool. I have a full Victron system with two 330 amp hour batteries. Why doesn't the MultiPlus 3000 charge into float mode?
It should. Yeah, it definitely should.
Could that perhaps be a settings
yeah,
issue?
Yeah, that's probably a settings issue. Let's see. Let me think.
Too many people like you.
What?
That's what we're going with. You're too popular.
Let's see. I think the not getting into float mode, that's probably a settings issue, realistically. So it depends on like what's going on and everything like that. So I would dive into the recommended settings for the system and such, and yeah, that's going to be a settings issue. Yep.
Cool. Do you see any future development happening from Victron or others to begin making 48 volt systems more possible?
Yes, for sure, but it's just not a right now kind of thing. You can do a lot of things with 12 and 24 volts, a lot more stuff than a lot of people give it credit for. Mm-hmm. We have 48 volt systems on our site that are kind of like hidden for like big 10K kVA of inverting power systems. But there's a lot more parts and a lot more complications and a lot more considerations with the 48 volt systems. And so do I think that Victron will keep working on that? Yeah, of course. I mean, they're always coming out with new products and stuff like that. But they're also going to prioritize more popular products that solve more common problems, basically. Yeah.
Okay. I rebuilt the electrical system in a tab teardrop trailer a couple of years ago. It all works great, except I have never been able to get the Victron Connect app to work to fine-tune the charge.
That might be a question to reach out to your dealer for your Victron components. If that's us, we've got a tech support email. Reach out there. If you purchased it from somewhere else, reach out to whoever you purchased it from. But as far as like not being able to connect to the Victron Connect app, there's some troubleshooting steps in the Victron Connect app user manual that you should probably go through. Yeah, I think that's pretty much the direction I would go with. I would say it's not usually a problem with the device. Usually it's a problem with just the phone's connectivity with the device. But that's kind of like where I end up starting. So, yep.
Runyon Dave asks, does Victron have a 100 amp Orion yet? No, we don't even have a 50 amp Orion yet.
That new 50 amp is going to be 50 amp 1250 Orion's coming out soon. But yeah, the 100 amp buck boost, I think they're pretty much going to be discontinuing that. So basically no.
To ground or not to ground an inverter in a van?
So it depends on if you're talking about equipment grounds or chassis grounds or grounding the AC side of things. But all of our wiring diagrams show that, show proper grounding. The equipment ground it needs to go back to the B minus bus bar of the negative bus bar inside of the links distributor, like it shows in all of our wiring diagrams. You don't need to connect or you shouldn't connect the neutral and the ground inside of the AC panel. That happens at the neutral to ground bond inside of the multi-plus. So basically, you don't have to do anything extra on top, above and beyond what is shown in our diagrams and in our tutorials. Unless you've got some random weird use case that is really specific to what you've got going on.
To something. Jim asked, I just completed a complete Victron system with solar DC to DC charging using your diagram. It works fantastic. Could not have done it without your diagram. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, that wasn't a question, but thank you.
Thanks.
Let's see. This is a van building question. Alex asked, I want to install my van subfloor, but not sure if I need to frame it. I keep seeing XPS foam is the best insulation and doesn't need to be framed because it won't crush.
There's a lot of different ways to build van floors and stuff. We use the zip sheathing. It's like the R zip sheathing on our van floor, and it was great. Like, it was super easy to work with. Go back probably a year in our videos and look for is like the perfect van floor solution or some whatever dumb way I titled that to get clicks. Go check that out, and that's how we did. We didn't do any framing. We just relied on that whatever kind of foam that is installed on that R system sheathing, and that worked really well. No complaints on that. It hasn't squished down or anything like that. So, yeah. Steph's troubleshooting on that website.
I'm trying to do both of these at once.
Multitasking.
Okay, with a Lynx Power in, with 12-volt batteries wired for. With a Lynx Power in with 12-volt batteries wired for 48 volts, I was thinking I could point all of the 12-volt batteries to the Lynx to make 48 volts. Seems to me now that I will have to have 48 volts before I get to the Lynx.
So let's see. I think I saw this question on YouTube the other day that I didn't get to. So if you're doing 12-volt batteries to form a 48-volt system, with each series string of 12-volt batteries going into the Lynx distributor or Lynx Power in, either way. All those batteries are going to have to be balanced. But, if you're using a high-quality battery manufacturer, you shouldn't have unbalancing issues. And if you do, you'll want to reach out to the battery manufacturer of choice for guidance on how you can avoid that being a problem, basically. Any battery manufacturer that's actually a battery manufacturer and not just a marketing company is going to have some good guidance on how to make those batteries stay balanced or get balanced or whatever the case is, battery balancers and stuff like that. Ultimately, that's what I would do. I'd reach out to the battery manufacturer for what they would recommend for keeping their batteries balanced in a series parallel kind of situation that sounds like is going on there. Yep.
Cool. I know there was a delay when you were deciding on the DC to DC alternator charging options for your Transit. Did you end up going with dual 30-amp Victron instead of the buck boost? Any new options? I will say we're getting a ton of questions about the new Orion.
Yeah, we can kind of go over that again. I think we talked about that when we first started the stream, but I'm sure we've had a lot of churn of people that have kind of fallen off and new people joined. So we delayed on the DC to DC charging in hopes of the buck boost 100 amp coming back in stock, and it never did. I don't think it's going to. They're probably going to stop making that one, I would imagine. We ended up doing dual Orion chargers in our Transit. So we have effectively 700 watts of charging from Alternator. That's what we ended up doing. But the new 1250 Orion is coming out. It's currently in transit to, well, I guess it's the Netherlands, to their main warehouses, and then it's going to be distributed out to the worldwide warehouses. You know, some's going to be coming to the U.S. Worldwide warehouses. Some's going to be coming to the U.S., and we already have purchased ours for our store, so we can resell them to all of you. Our current estimates is that those are going to be in stock in March. We got ours pretty much hours after it was released. There are other dealers that are taking pre-orders and saying that it's going to be available in December. I'm not calling them liars, but I'm very skeptical that it's going to actually be available in December. So if you're going to pre-order, be careful. We are not going to do pre-orders on ours because I don't like taking people's money before we are pretty much guaranteed to have something in stock for sure. So those are going to be available very soon. They are going to initially only be available in a 12 volt to 12 volt 50 amp version. They will be releasing 12 volt to 24 volt versions for those of us with 24 volt battery banks. But those won't be available until next year sometime. We don't have an actual defined time. So yet another reason to consider going with 12 volt systems so you can get in on that deal. But yeah, that's pretty much it. It's going to be a great product. It's going to have VE smart networking capabilities, just like the solar charge controllers do now, so they can communicate and coordinate their charging from the DC to DC charger to the solar charge controllers. So that's going to be a great feature. You can even do multiple of them in parallel, just the same as you can the current generation of Orions, but they'll also communicate with each other via VE Smart Networking. They also have VE Direct ports so that they can be plugged into the Serbo GX. So the Serbo GX is also getting an overhaul on the user interface within the next couple months, and so it's going to display alternator charging better. That's not going to be like a new product. That's just going to be a firmware update that everybody's going to get access to. So on that. That is that. What else we got?
How would you recommend wiring in / hooking up a Victron Blue Smart Charger if the Victron Lynx is full?
Yeah, so if you've run out of spaces on the Victron Lynx distributor, we made a video about how to add more spaces onto the Victron Lynx distributor a little while back. Let's see here. Where was that? Let's see. Oh my gosh, I forgot how to use YouTube. Oh, I should have clicked down there.
Just search for Explorer's Life Lynx hack. That's how I find it every single time.
So, Explorer's Life Link hack. This one right here, how to add a space or two to the Victron Lynx distributor, that is what you're after. If you have like more than 2 additional spaces to add, you just want to add a secondary Lynx distributor. So that's pretty much the option there. They're super, super modular. I'll put the link to that in the chat box so you can check that out.
Eric asks, do we have a web page that explains how to program dual Orion DC to DC chargers? And can the technique to program 2 Orions be extended to program 3?
Yeah, I think I do. Maybe.
That's a good question. I don't know that we do for 2. I could be wrong.
Oops.
I think it's pretty bad when we don't know what content is on our website at this point. We've got so many.
Yeah.
I know we had this one, but do we have a dual?
Okay, so I'm going to share a link to this blog post, how to program Orion chargers. Charge 3'sers? What did I just type? Oh my gosh, what is going in here?
Nate is having technical difficulties here.
I don't know how to type. Okay, how to program Orion chargers. I just shared a link to a blog post that has that, and how you program multiple Orions. You just program it the same way. So you just program one Orion and then you program the next Orion the same way. So there's nothing else to do. You just program them the exact same.
Question that just came in. That's a good question. Can the new 12-1250 be tied into the current 12-1230?
I'm going to say no. Because basically the current generation of Orions, they don't have VE smart networking. And so they can't communicate their absorption voltage timing and their charging curves with any of the other chargers in the system. So their charging is sort of it's hit or miss on if it coordinates properly. In our transit, it often does, but sometimes, you won't get solar and alternator charging coming in at the same time. So the same thing is going to happen with the current generation 30 amp Orion and the new generation 30 amp Orion. Since the current generation new 30 amp Orion can't communicate via VE smart networking, then it's not going to be able to communicate with the new 50 amp charger. So, I'm going to say that if you have a 30 amp Orion, I would say just swap it out for the 50 and basically be good with that upgrade. If you need more charging than that, then you'd probably want to do 2 of the 50s, because we'll have a retrofit kit that goes from the current generation 30 amp to the new generation 50 amp. We'll have that available whenever the new Orions are out. But I don't. Whenever I can't guarantee that something's going to work, I hate saying that. Yeah, it'll for sure work. Buy it from us. I just don't feel good about that.
What is the type and
External solar panel question.
Oh, socket. That word was throwing me off for some reason. What is the type and best external socket on the?
It's spelled right.
I know. I just didn't. It didn't register as a proper word. I don't know.
Socket is not a real word anymore.
Socket is not a real word. When you type a word 100 times and then all of a sudden you're like, that is clearly wrong. That's how I was working on all of these flash sales. I was like, the word flash no longer is a correct word. The word flash doesn't exist. So apparently the word socket didn't exist in my brain just now. Yeah, to use on portable solar panels and connect them to the vehicle when camping. So the question is about an external port for solar, for a ground deploy solar array.
I'm just trying to pull that up on our site so I can show what we recommend and use for those.
Cool. It should be under.
It is flashing a little bit.
Disconnects. Yeah, it is flashing. It is.
That's not good.
I did just turn off the countdown timer. Give your page a refresh.
Oh, it's just refreshing it for me. Huh. Yeah, so this is one of the glories of being a small business owner, is sometimes you have to do lives and also troubleshoot website issues at the exact same time. So that's always
fun.
Always a good time. Okay, that went away.
That did go away? Cool.
Yeah. Okay, so what was I looking for? The ports?
The ports. It's going to be under
switches and
disconnects.
So here is the switch that we're using for these. I'll drop a link to it in the description. So this one is what we recommend and what we sell. We got some video tutorials about all these, and one side just goes into the side of the van or RV, and the other side is where you would connect your 12-volt outlets. So you go to that page and got all kinds of info on those. And we've done tutorials on those in the past on our channel as well. Here's the link to that. External solar port. There we are. Okay. Chris Ward said that the timer is gone from the inverter charging page and no more flashing.
Oh, thank goodness.
Okay.
Yep, I just went ahead and removed the timer altogether. People are just going to have to figure out what time zones there are.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, Jack has a question about purchasing. I sent an email on Tuesday about purchasing 800 watts of solar charging kit for my AGM batteries for future expansion. Will somebody be responding to emails before the Black Friday sale is over? I'm assuming you're referring to the 15% off solar array wiring or solar array kits. That starts at, I think that starts at 5 o'clock this evening. Somebody definitely should be responding. I have not checked the info inbox since we got on this live, though.
Yeah, we're going to try, but we can't guarantee it. So, yeah, basically, if you have a question.
Yeah, if you want to ask your question here, that'd be great.
Like
so we can answer, but clearly the two of us are not able to answer while we're doing the live.
Yeah.
And then we do have, our team is working today, but of course they are pretty slammed too.
Yeah, because we didn't work yesterday. Yeah, yesterday was Thanksgiving, so.
Yes.
But yeah, if you have a question that you've emailed in about and that we haven't quite got to it yet, because we stopped answering info inbox on. We got caught up on the end of day Tuesday, I believe.
Wednesday.
Yeah, so we had a few that were kind of pending, but yeah, ultimately just ask your questions here, and we should be able to get to them.
Cool. Cole asked, and I think we already answered this question, but I'm just going to ask it again. Oops, sorry.
Sliding around.
When are you going to do a dual multi-plus 2 for a total of 6 kVA?
We already have a kit out for that and parts list and all that kind of stuff. We'll do a video on it soon. I'm not going to quantify when soon is, though. We're not going to do a full install on it, though. We're going to do a tabletop demo. But the thing about it is if you can install one multiplus, you can install 2 multipluses. We've got our dual multiplus setup is set up so that it's fairly easy to actually wire. Just as easy as wiring a single. So, it's going to be twice as hard to wire because there's 2 of them, but that's really it. So, so we'll do a video about that one of these days, but I don't know if it's going to be by the end of this year or not. But our kit and our diagrams should make it pretty easy and straightforward to kind of see how those connections should be made.
Yeah. Why don't you ever put an MPPT on each solar panel? It's common in home installation. Helps a lot with shading, which isn't huge for RVs, but I think it helps to make MPPT choice easier for various panels.
Yeah, I just don't have enough space. Down by the electrical system in an RV, if we're doing 24 solar panels, 24 100-watt solar panels up on an RV roof. Can you imagine how terrible that would be to wire? Running 48 wires through the roof down to each individual charge controller and then connecting each of those individual charge controllers to the Lynx distributor. Your Lynx distributor, if you had that many, your Lynx distributor would be this long. It'd be longer than that. So basically, it just doesn't make sense in a mobile solution because we're just so limited on space. A properly designed solar array doesn't need to be wired to multiple charge controllers to function properly. I'm not going to recommend overcomplicating things for a 1% gain or whatever. There has to be pretty significant, design there. So on a house, maybe that's fine. Maybe you've got an entire room to install a bunch of charge controllers in and stuff like that. But we're just not afforded that luxury in a RV or a van.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay, we are officially on page 8 of questions.
Page 8 of questions. Oh
Yeah.
my goodness.
I don't see a 24-volt battery system for. Oh, I think we already answered that one. Yes, we did.
Yep. Answer that one.
Let's see.
24 volt system for 30 amp RVs. We are going to put one of those together, but it's not going to be out today. It'll be
Couple
probably
weeks.
it'll probably be 2 weeks out.
Yeah.
We're redoing all of our kits at the moment. So if you haven't checked out our kits in a while, we've kind of like Steph has done some absolutely crazy work to get those to where they make a lot more sense, and they are easier to like get them to work and stuff like that. So yeah.
Except for when the website starts randomly flashing.
As long as the website works, the kits are working wonderfully.
Paul asked, have a common issue with the Victron 3000 2X120 inverter where it will pop the utility breaker. Maybe U.S. grid ground fault tolerances are much tighter than that of the European grid. Software setting or ground issue.
So if that's an issue with a GFCI outlet, a 15 amp GFCI outlet, that's a pretty common problem because whenever you plug into shore power, your multiplus is having to break the neutral to ground bond relay inside of the multiplus so that it can be that neutral to ground bond can happen inside of the breaker box of which you're connected to, at the house or the campground power pedestal or whatever the case is. And the speed at which that happens isn't fast enough to, like, the GFCI outlet is going to trip faster than that relay disconnects. And so, I mean, we're talking milliseconds. It's so fast. But European standards where Victron is, design, made, manufactured, all that kind of stuff, like that, the GFCI outlets over there, they don't trip quite as fast as they do in the U.S. So that is a common problem. And unfortunately, you're pretty much just going to have to find a different outlet. The speed at which a GFCI breaker trips is a little slower, and so that's usually not a problem. The problem is usually with 15 amp GFCI outlets. So I wish I had a better solution for that other than just use a different outlet, but unfortunately that's the answer I have.
Just a suggestion for the web design. We should have a solar calculator based on the size of vehicle or square footage available. That would be really difficult to do. I would love to do that, don't get me wrong, but that would be so difficult to put together all of the different sizes. And
if there's any developers listening that do pro bono work, no. Yeah, that stuff like that's definitely like outside of our current skill set in developing and stuff like that. Because 10 years ago, we didn't know how to do any of this stuff from like website development and everything like that. So it's definitely been a big learning process. Because even let's see, where is that? Solar charge controller calculator. So our charge controller calculator, the fact that I was able to get this little picture over here to kind of show what is going on over here, like I was so proud of myself for being able to like make this work. But and tattling on myself here, it works for here, 1 series string in parallel, 2, but then I didn't quite get around to it to make those happen. So actually putting them on the website in a real life scenario is probably not going to be a thing if I'm being honest, but that would be cool. You are right.
Somebody asked if we lost connection. Can everybody still hear us? Are we good? I don't see anything on our end that is losing connection.
Yeah, it looks like we're good here. Cool. Let's keep cruising.
Cool. Okay. What is the one thing that you wish Victron would make? One thing. It's a fun question.
If I could only choose one thing. Do you have one?
Mine's kind of a cop out because they do make it. They just don't make it for the U.S. market. It would be the Easy Solar.
The Easy Solar.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Easy Solar would be really cool to have available to us. I think some kind of like MPPT and DC to DC charger all in one kind of solution, like sort of what Renogy has, just better, would be good.
Maybe Victron could make a power box.
Poor little portable power unit.
Portable power unit.
That's exactly what I need. Get a portable power unit game. I don't know. Like honestly, like I've been so focused on a bigger DC to DC charger for so long, and now that it's actually coming out, like I'm just happy that it's coming out.
Yeah, that's true.
Basically, I think that's my like one thing. I think that's the thing I've been wanting for like literally like 2 years at this point. So yeah, I'd say that's probably it.
Cool.
Oh, another really small thing that I wish they would come out with is bigger wire entry glands on their multipluses so that the wires actually fit through, the 6-3 wires actually fit through. That would be nice.
Oh, that would be nice. Yeah, you're right.
That'd be a cheap thing to for them to fix.
That should just be a fix. That's not really a new product.
All new wire glands.
Okay, moving on. Does the BMV 712 monitor the inflow charge from solar, alternator, and shore power? I'm trying to decide if I need a Serbo GX. Also, what do you recommend for water tank monitoring?
Yeah, so that's a good question. The BMV 712 is just a shunt and is going to show what is actually going into the batteries only. You know, if you have solar power coming in and you're using DC power, you know, not all of that solar power is going to go into the battery bank because some of it's just going to go to feed those other loads. So your BMV is never going to like register that coming through because, well, it's not. What you can do, you know, you're talking about a servo. The charge controllers can communicate what kind of power they are bringing in to the servo and display that on the screen. And so, I mean, that's a great solution. It's not like a necessary solution. You don't have to know that information to have like a well-built system. I think the servo is great for if you really like data visualization on where power is coming from in the system and everything like that. The BMV 712 does a great job with telling you how much power is currently in the battery bank versus leaving the battery bank versus going back into the battery bank, all that kind of stuff. But it's not going to visualize some of those more advanced and specific features. So either way, I think they're both great setups. Just one's more advanced and more expensive. Just money.
It's just money. For shore power, have you considered the Smart Plug brand connections?
I mean, yeah, but not really. I mean, they're so expensive. I mean, they're 5-6 times as expensive as a normal like shore power inlet. You know, I think that's a little bit of snake oil. I mean, is it well made? Yeah, sure. But the ones that we sell, you know, are just fine too. I mean, it's like a fiberglass reinforced, nylon. I don't see any reason to like spend 6 times as much on a connection that is fine anyway. And yeah, basically that. So
cool.
I think they're good, but I think they're really expensive.
Can a battery of a different brand be added to a system? I have two 206 amp hour SOK batteries. I'm wondering if I could add in another battery that isn't SOK.
No, basically. You know, because every battery manufacturer is going to have its own charging parameters, and charging parameters, charging rates, discharge, you know, all that kind of stuff. And you start mixing and matching those, and it's impossible to tell, like, if you're going to cause damage to a battery or if they're not going to charge properly or if they're going to kind of, like, fight over each other. And, like, it's just not a good idea, basically. Yeah. I've got a metaphor. It'd be like if you installed like 4 different sizes of tires on a car. It's like, would it still drive? Yeah, I mean, it would still drive, but it's like the performance and the handling of it's going to be, there's going to be no way to like determine how that's going to like work. So
that's a Good analogy.
I think it's a great analogy. Thank you.
Nick said he would love to see us do a deep dive video on the Wakespeed WS500 someday.
I would too. I think that would be great. Well, we wanted to do that for the Transit, but I couldn't get Nation's Alternator to email me back with my questions. So we would have done it then, but yeah, sometimes we're kind of handcuffed on like what we can do on our side whenever, you have these other companies who are just, too busy to be able to, kind of cooperate and answer questions and stuff like that. But I think that's a great thing. I would love to do a Wakespeed deep dive kind of thing one of these days. Yeah, for sure. Approved.
Add it to the list.
Yeah.
Is there any reason not to wire the equipment ground from the Lynx distributor to a properly rated bus bar and then wiring all the grounds to said bus bar and then out to the ground?
That's totally fine.
In an off-grid cabin specifically, not a van.
That should be fine. We're not like residential and stationary electrical system experts, so that would be something you kind of want to look into the building codes, so the NEC building codes, as well as the local building codes and the local authority having jurisdiction. If it's going to be inspected, if you have to pull permits, all that kind of stuff, because it seems like everywhere has different grounding requirements and such. So,
do you have a preference on brand of fans to keep equipment cool?
Not really. Cooler Master, I think that's a pretty good like PC fan. Noctura something. I don't know. If you go to Amazon and type 12-volt computer fans, there's going to be probably 5,000 of them, and just go with one of the ones that's got like 5-star reviews and 10,000 of them. That's probably gonna be fine. Cooler Master's the only one that's like coming to my mind immediately, but yeah.
Adam asked, "Is there a printable diagram? Is there a way to get a print-friendly version of the 30-amp retrofit? I purchased the $10 diagram, which I love, but haven't been able to get a good print."
Yeah, and realistically, they are able to print off, but those diagrams are huge, man. Like they are absolutely gigantic. And so even the ones that I had printed off in our old studio at like 24 inches wide by 30 something inches tall, like you still couldn't see the biggest or the smallest details on those. So I don't really recommend printing them off because you can't zoom in on the smallest and finest details. I think it's less useful when you print them off because we have everything labeled on there all the way down to like 10 gauge ferrules, and I think you would have to have like as big as this room to actually see the labels on a 10 gauge ferrule on there.
Yeah, if you're looking for just for the general like layout and stuff, I would say try to print it on a poster size. Have it printed out poster size, and we do have some of those we have some of those printed for the camper van 3,000 watt inverter, and like Nate said, you can't see all the way down to the smallest detail, but if you're just kind of trying to put something up while you're working on it and just so that you can follow the diagram, definitely going bigger is your best option there.
Yeah. You definitely need a big piece of paper for those to work.
Is there a way to set up the Serbo GX relay to remotely start an onboard Onan gas generator?
Yes. We don't have any videos out about that, but Victron has some really good documentation on starting generators. So if you'll just do a Google search for Victron Serbo GX generator start, there's a full document that is geared toward that. So yeah, it's there. It's possible. We just don't have any tutorials over it yet. So.
Should I disable low temp shut off on Victron Smart Shunt if I'm using heated lithium batteries?
I would say that's probably a question for battery manufacturer. With Battleborn lithium batteries, they have low temperature cutoffs anyhow. So I would just rather Battleborn says that they would rather have you just use the battery low temperature disconnects that's built into their BMS instead of the one from the charge controller. So that's what I'm going to recommend for Battleborn batteries. If you're using a different brand of batteries, just reach out to your battery manufacturer and see what they recommend on that.
For the PV wire that comes with the solar array wiring kits, is it safe to leave that exposed on the roof of my bus, or should I run those wires through a conduit?
Yeah, so the wire that we sell in our solar array wiring kits, all that stuff is UV resistant PV wire rated for outdoor exposed use. So it's fine to just leave it exposed. So, yeah.
Cool. Thoughts on a misbalanced system, 2 100-watt series and 1 100-watt parallel solar panels?
We have a video that dives into all the specifics of mismatched solar panels in series. So if you'll search for Explorus.life mismatched solar panels, we have a specific video that talks about the math behind what happens whenever you wire mismatched solar panels into the same array. So yeah, search for that, look up that video, write down all that stuff, do that math, and you should be headed in the right direction.
Asking about equal charging of 4 batteries, 2 batteries over each wheel well with B2B charger and all equal length cabling. Can all batteries be charged and discharged at the same rate?
I wouldn't spread my batteries out like that. You really want your batteries to be as close together as possible, and then all of your rest of your components as close to those batteries as possible. I think this is a question of, or like a concern of, like weight distribution. And like with, how big are those batteries? Doesn't say.
It doesn't say.
If it's like 100 amp hour batteries, 100 amp hour like lithium batteries, those are like 30 pounds each. And so if you're trying to spread out, 60 pounds with 2 batteries on this side and 60 pounds with 2 batteries on this side, like your van is never going to know the difference between 60 pounds. Like that'd be like sort of, if you had like a toddler, our toddler's 60 pounds. If you had a little kid and like having him sit in a specific area, it's like, oh, you can't like mess up the weight distribution of this van. It's like that would be kind of weird. That's not something anybody does. So that's not really a concern.
Cool. Any thoughts on inductance when running DC and AC lines together in a run?
No, not really.
Check.
Check.
On.
Yeah, no, not really.
The Victron 2kVA manual states for cable lengths to the batteries of 5 to 10 meters using 95 millimeter square wire. Is this distance the combined positive and negative cable, or the physical distance to the battery?
Cable lengths to the batteries. That is going to be the total circuit length. I am 95% sure that is total circuit length. So if you have 10 feet of positive and 10 feet of negative, that's going to be 20 feet. Yep. Steph's handling a little email down in the chat.
Yes. Okay. 110 amps. Wait. I think there might be part of this question missing. Let me move on to a different one. Can I, and then I'll try to figure it out. Can I connect my Orion 1230 directly to my Bluetti 230L power station?
I don't know. I don't really know much about, the Bluetti portable power system. I would say probably not. I would just probably wire the Bluetti power system however it's meant to be wired as per their instruction manuals. The thing with all those portable power stations, they're meant to be easy, and you're not really, I feel like kind of like adding an Orion or adding an external MPPT or tweaking this or tweaking that is kind of like getting away from, the easy factor of those portable power units like those. If you want all the flexibility that a system like we teach on this channel and we put in our stores and all the kits and all that kind of stuff, if you want that kind of like power, flexibility, and expandability, you should probably just go with like a full-featured Victron system, because we can make it do anything we possibly want. With the Blue Eddy, it's like just plug it into the alternator charging, however Blue Eddy recommends plugging it into alternator charging, and just call it good. That's how we do it with our Jackery. Like, we don't even have the Jackery that we keep in our car for ski season. We just have it plugged into a cigarette lighter outlet, and that keeps it charged up enough for what we use it for. Instead of trying to like overcomplicate a system that's kind of marketed to be simple.
Yep. Is it okay to make the system side chassis ground connection on the battery side of the shunt? For example, to the Lynx shunt left side negative bus bar.
System side chassis ground connection on the battery side. Nope. The only thing that should be on the battery side of the shunt is the batteries. Anything else that's on the battery side of the shunt other than the batteries is going to mess up the readings of the shunt. So that needs to be on the system side, the loads and charger side of the shunt, kind of like what we have in all of our systems and we've shown in all of our tutorials.
Yep. Cool. How is it that the Victron MultiPlus 3000 switches from battery to shore power? I'm getting ready to wire a new shore power inlet plug to a circuit breaker panel in a trailer.
Well, there's a transfer switch inside of the MultiPlus that basically senses whenever you're connected to shore power. So if it's getting 120 volts AC into the MultiPlus, it's going to say, hey, we're connected to shore power. And therefore, I'm not going to be pulling all of my power from the batteries. Whenever you unplug from shore power and you lose 120 volts at your AC input, then the MultiPlus sees that, and it's like, hey, we're not connected to shore power anymore. So I'm going to start pulling power from the battery bank, and we're going to invert that power into 120 volt AC. So that's, roughly how that works. Check out some of our full installs that we've done on this channel this year, if you haven't already. And at the end of each one of them, or throughout the video, we kind of give like a how this system works. And so like, I think those do a pretty good job of showing, how the different components work in a true, real life scenario. So I think that's the direction I would point you on that one.
Cool. Is battery cable or welding cable best to use for batteries, 12-volt batteries, in parallel, then to the Lynx distributor? I don't have a distributor and considering integrating one.
Battery cable and wiring and welding cable is like pretty much the same stuff. Actually, you do all of our battery or our wiring, like purchasing.
Yeah. So for the most part, battery cable, and it depends on the size. So once you get up to, I think like past 2 gauge, I think around 2 gauge wiring, the battery cable versus welding cable is more so just a matter of flexibility. So welding cable is a lot more flexible than battery cable, but the insulation rating on it is about the same. So it really kind of just depends on what you're working on. So all of our kits, like I said, above 2 gauge, below 2 gauge, bigger than 2 gauge.
Yeah, there you go.
Bigger than 2 gauge wire. We use, SGR wiring cable, and that's effectively welding cable, and that's just more flexible. And we've just found that using SGX on anything bigger than 2 gauge is just impossible to work with.
Yeah, it starts getting really inflexible. Even though the strands of wire are still really small and flexible, it's just that insulation is not flexible. Kind of on that same note, though, you can get, all of our kits come with wire that has insulation rated up to 105 degrees Celsius. And so that's what its max ampacity is actually based on. And so it sort of doesn't matter if it's welding wire versus battery wire, as if they're going to be rated for about the same amperage as long as they're both rated for 105 degrees Celsius on their insulation. Yep.
Okay. Willie said, as a follow-up regarding the Victron Connect app, so this was in regards to something we talked about earlier. I've tried just about everything, including removing it and disconnecting the entire system. I haven't tried deleting the Victron Connect app and reloading it.
Yeah, I'd try that. I'd try, connecting it to a different device. See if, it'll connect to a different phone or different tablet or different computer. All that kind of stuff. And then if all that doesn't work, then reach out to your Victron dealer and see if you can get some advanced troubleshooting there. Because, if it's not working and you're not able to get it to work, then that could be just a warranty replacement. So,
yeah. Cool. Let's see. Okay, Tommy said, I bought one of your wiring diagrams and it helped me out. When batteries are charging from the buck boost and air conditioner is on, shunt shows positive 800 watts. When the shunt hits 100%, then it reports idle even when the air conditioner is still on. When I turn off the buck boost, the shunt starts showing current instantly again, negative 400 watts from the air conditioner. Is this correct behavior? And if so, where is the other 800 watts going? Did you get all of that?
no.
Okay, so effectively, when your battery is at 100%, those additional 800 watts are not going anywhere. You can't charge your battery for more full than 100%. So even though when the air conditioner is on and your buck boost is also on, you're technically making more power than what the air conditioner is using. If your batteries are full, then they're full. There's nowhere else for that power to go. So nowhere.
Yeah, it's going nowhere. But the other part about that is your shunt is only going to see what power is going into the batteries. And so if your buck boost is on and your air conditioner is on, your buck boost is going to be powering your air conditioner directly, and none of that's going to be going into the batteries. So your shunt is never going to see that. So it's basically just, if your batteries are down here, your buck boost is up here and your air conditioner is over here. It's just going like this instead of going in here and also going to the batteries. So.
I'm going to do a little bit of a reset here. I think we lost some questions as we weren't keeping up with them as quickly. So if you guys can all just ask, if you're still on and you're still watching, just ask your question again if we have not gotten to it just yet. And I'm just going to do a total reset here, and I'll read some of the ones that just popped up.
Yep. Let's actually go ahead and take a break real quick.
Okay.
And we'll let those questions filter in. I need to go use the bathroom.
And maybe get a little bit to eat because it's noon and we haven't eaten.
Oh, wow, it's lunchtime. Grab a quick bite to eat, use the bathroom. Steph's going to probably do the same thing, and then also reset all of our questions here. So if you haven't gotten your question answered, we have a lot of questions still outstanding, but go ahead and we will make sure we get everybody's question answered.
Yeah, everybody below Jack McCormick that just asked about the 150/60 MPPT. Everybody, if you asked your questions before that, can you just ask them again? I'm really sorry, but we did lose a bunch of questions because we weren't keeping up with them as quickly as we should have.
They go away?
They do, yeah. There's only so much I can scroll back.
I see. That makes sense.
On the chat.
Okay, well, we will be back probably 5 minutes. Thanks again for hanging out with us, and we will see you in just a second. And we're back. Thanks for waiting on us as we went and grabbed some leftover turkey and cranberry sauce.
It was delicious.
And Steph also fixed all of the questions, issues we were having.
Yes.
Or reconsolidated, I should say.
Reconsolidated.
So
now we only have 2 pages of questions currently, but I'm sure more will
Roll in.
be rolling in, and I will try to actually keep on top of them. They got a little bit
crazy.
crazy there for a minute.
Well, cool. Before we hop back into the questions, for any of y'all who are kind of new to the stream, first off, welcome and thanks for hanging out with us this day after Thanksgiving. Just wanted to give you some heads up on the stuff that you're seeing down in the bottom of the screen, down in the flash sales, and every other sale that we're having on our website. So we got quite a few sales going on today on shop.explorist.life. That's me, and that's happening now. So I don't need to show you that because if you're here, you already know about it. We're also doing complete camper wiring kits. So like our full kits for camper vans, schoolies, and expedition rigs are going to be up to $1,000 off, depending on which kit and which system you've got going on. And we're also doing, so this kit is going to be on sale until Monday. So buy it today, but you can still get the discount if you don't buy it today. But if, let's see, it's going away on Monday, this upcoming Monday at 11:59 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. So if you email in on Tuesday saying that you missed the sale, I have a whole folder full of gifts that I will be able to share with you, saying too bad, so sad, essentially.
You're so kind.
We also have some flash sales going on that I can kind of show what we've got going on. So Steph decided to really complicate this whole Black Friday thing in the spirit of entertainment value for us mainly. And we've got various flash sales going on all day in 2-hour blocks. So currently we have, so we got just
solar ground deploy bundles.
40 minutes left on this particular one. Solar ground deploy bundles. So if you have a electrical system already kind of up and running and functional and stuff like that, this is going to give you everything that you need to be able to connect a ground deploy solar array to your Lynx distributor through the pre-existing solar isolator. So all kinds of good options there. Everything from 200 watts worth of solar panels all the way up to, what's our biggest one? We got 800 watts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
800 watts on a 24 volt.
Yeah, so a big one. So on 12 and 24 volt. So
hey, I did do them both.
So that's what we have going on right now. We've got more sales showing up on the store throughout the day. That's going to be listed here on the homepage, and you can see that here. Oh, nope, not here.
Not here.
Next one. There it is. Yeah. So Lynx distributor wiring kits, shore power wiring kits, solar array wiring kits at these various times. So just head to shop.explorers.life and go check those out if you're in the market for any of those. Now, back to questions.
All righty. Let's start with Jack asked, you recommend the 150/60 MPPT with the 800 watt kit at 12 volts. Can I upgrade the kit to 150/85 for future expansion? And will it charge my current 600 amp hour AGM battery bank? May expand the solar array to 1200 watts.
Yeah, you could probably do that if you like plan the charge controller in advance.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with oversizing the charge controller.
No. Yeah, if your charge controller is too big for the solar panels that you have installed, like that's not going to like damage anything or whatever. I will say that, based on our own experience of like actually installing solar panels up on a roof, I would almost rather get all of my solar panels up on the roof and assembled in one go and then install everything in one day. Because I feel like the setup and cleanup process of installing solar panels is the part that actually takes the longest. So if there is an option to just try to do it all in one go, I think that's going to make your life easier. But to the actual question, no, there's nothing wrong with doing that.
Let's see. Can batteries be charged at the same rate, providing all cabling is the same length? I think there might have been another part to this question. Hold on, let me see if I can find it really quickly.
Oh,
Goodness.
no, that was that question talking about splitting up the batteries one over the driver's side and one over the passenger
I
side.
see.
It's hard to tell. Theoretically, probably, but ultimately, that's not how we design setups. So we don't have experience in breaking things up like that and seeing if over the long term if there's going to be any like imbalanced battery issues and stuff like that. So if you're kind of like cornered into going that route, it might just kind of be how it is. But I don't know that I can like say for certain. I can't like necessarily guarantee that you won't have issues, or say that you will for sure have issues.
Patrick asked regarding string versus microinverters. Would microinverters negate different panel sizes and expand future expansion options?
Microinverters are not common in mobile applications, so I don't have any experience with microinverters. That's going to be more for like residential solar arrays and setups and stuff like that. So that's not something we typically do in systems that have DC systems in them. Yeah.
John asks, in my new eSpar S3 D5 hydronic system, the controller fuse 5 amp blew for no reason the other day. Any ideas if the controller has a high amp limit like the Maxair fan?
I haven't had that issue. That is strange because it always like makes me wonder, why a fuse would blow. Because I don't remember specifically what that 5 amp fuse is powering. It can't be anything big. So, whenever a fuse blows, kind of my thought process behind something is to just visually inspect, the rest of the circuit to make sure that there's nothing like actually burned, melted, et cetera, and then I'm going to replace the fuse with one that's the exact same size and see if it blows again. Because sometimes the fuse will just like those little blade fuses, sometimes they just go bad and sometimes they blow. So that's usually my thought process. If it blows again, like pretty much immediately, then it's like, okay, well, there's something wrong. If there's not something wrong in the wiring, there's something wrong in the eSpar that you'll probably have to reach out to eSpar about and try to get that sorted. So that's kind of my workflow on fuses that blow for that kind of stuff.
Cool. Adam asks, is the splice kit necessary on a 30 amp retrofit if I'm staying with 10.3?
Well, the splice kit, it just allows you to add additional wire onto your pre-existing 10.3 wire. Because, if you can install your multiplus in line between your shore power inlet and your breaker box with enough slack to make those wiring connections, no, then you don't need the splice kit. But I would say it's pretty rare for that to be a thing. Because usually that's, as Stephanie can tell you, that splice kit usually needs to be installed in a spot that's really inconvenient, unfortunately.
Always very inconvenient.
Like behind the breaker box or behind panels in the midst of a bunch of other wires, all that kind of stuff. And trying to install the multiplus in that spot is not going to be an option. So the splice kits, do you have to have it? No, but it is something that we've kind of developed to make your life easier. So.
If I'm running two 280 amp hour lithium batteries, what size fuse? What size fuse do I need? 500, 550, or 600 amp ANL?
Don't really have enough information there to actually answer that question because the battery bank capacity doesn't really have anything to do with the fuse size coming off of the battery bank. You could have 1,000 amp hours of battery bank capacity, and if you're only connecting some 16 gauge wire and a single LED puck light, you can use a 5 amp fuse. But if you're connecting it up to inverters and charge controllers and all that kind of stuff, it's going to be a different conversation. All of our wiring kits and all of our wiring diagrams at shop.explorers.life and explorers.life/solar wiring diagrams, those have fuse sizes and wire sizes predetermined. If you've got a really specific case and everything like that, you want to reach out to or look in the documentation the manufacturer is going to provide with your components, and see what kind of fuse sizing and wire sizing recommendations they make. And then for smaller loads and stuff like that, we have a wire sizing calculator on our blog that you can use for smaller loads like that. And that's just over on the blog under tools, calculators, and then wire sizing calculators. But I think, this is truly a question of bigger wires and stuff like that, which I think our wiring kits and our wiring diagrams is sort of the answer to that.
Cool. Brett asks, what issues might I have with my MultiPlus 3K 12 volt with only 3 100 amp hour battle-born lithium batteries versus the recommended 400 amp hour minimum?
Sure, it's going to shut down your system probably 40% of the time, because when if you only have three batteries, when you turn your MultiPlus on, the capacitors inside of the MultiPlus, they fill up very quickly. They need to fill up with power very quickly. They're going to do that at a very high rate of amperage, so high that the BMS in the batteries is going to see that as a direct short, and they are going to shut down. Whenever you have 4 batteries or more, each battery supplies, that inrush current of the MultiPlus inverter charger. And that just means that the batteries are cooperating to, all supply that power. So basically, if you have only 3 of them, it's going to shut down those batteries probably like 30% of the time. Now, you might get lucky, and the particular batteries that you've gotten aren't going to do that. But for me needing to guarantee you that our systems are going to work properly, we have to stick with the Victron recommended 400 amp hours. Victron also recommends the 400 amp hour minimum there to decrease DC ripple in the system, because if you don't have enough batteries, that's going to be more resistance in the system, and that's going to create more DC ripple in the system, which is, not getting into a deep discussion there, is basically bad on all the components. And since Victron warranties all this stuff for 5 years, they've got a pretty vested interest in making sure that your stuff lasts for 5 years. So they're doing everything that they can to make sure all the components last a long time, and that's by having an adequately sized battery bank.
Indeed. Cool. Patrick asked, doing a Class A RV.
Actually, hang on. I just saw that one come across. Battery plus inverter equals pre-charge resistor. Yeah, so you can absolutely pre-charge the stuff, but I think that's a fabric-hobbled hodgepodge kind of way to do things. I think that's kind of cutting some corners. You may as well just stick with what the manufacturers recommend. I mean, can you do that? Yeah, but if we sell an inverter in particular, and then components start coming back like they're not working, I always ask for pictures to see if I can figure see if I can see something that's off. And so if I see a purposefully undersized battery bank, it's kind of didn't go with manufacturer's recommendation there. So the problem that is being shown could be because of that undersized battery bank, because there's been too much DC ripple over the last 3 years in that. So can you pre-charge? Yeah, you sure can, but I personally can't recommend that. I would just say stick with what the manufacturer recommends so that we can warranty things properly. So soapbox, sorry. I'm just pretty passionate about doing things right the first time so you don't have to do it twice.
Yeah. Okay. Ready to move on?
I am ready now.
Patrick asked, doing a Class A RV install, don't plan on installing an Orion DC to DC charger based on your videos because I do have a generator in my RV. Please confirm.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I think alternator charging is great, but if you have a generator on board, then you could totally do without DC to DC charging. Basically.
Yep.
So.
Rick asks, I was told that the short copper bus bar that you sell can create resistance, and should I use a 6-inch piece of wire to connect the switch and shunt to the links?
Yeah, so that you guys
Get on your soapbox again.
You guys are going to make me just get on my soapbox again.
We did switch to beer for
Yeah.
Cheers, guys.
So that copper bar can't cause resistance. There's one particular service rep at Battleborn who says that it is, and it's for no good reason.
It's just not true.
It's not true. Like, there's less resistance in that copper bar than there is in a piece of wire where you're having to go from component to lug, lug to wire, wire to lug, lug to component than there is going from component to copper bar to component. You know, there's fewer points of resistance there. Our links adapters are sized at the same, like, millimeters squared of copper as 4/0 wire. So, I mean, it's a very, very low, like, resistance kind of thing. There's always something else in the system that is causing the problem. And more often than not, that particular scenario is there. Basically, he's trying to blame the links adapter for the system shutting down with an undersized battery bank. Yep. And we have built such a low resistance system by the use of the links distributor and the use of high quality fuses and the use of the links adapters that has kind of magnified that issue with the Multiplus shutting down the BMS of batteries whenever the battery bank is undersized. So basically, no, that copper bar is not going to create additional resistance. It's actually creating less resistance than doing a wire as being recommended there. Yeah.
Carl asks, I don't have a convenient spot to hang a Multiplus 3K vertically. Can I lay it on its back and secure it?
So the Multiplus 3K, I think the Multiplus 1 3K, the first one, this little squatty guy that's over there, that one specifically says in the instructions to mount it vertically. And that's mainly for heat dissipation. Dissipation? Is that a word?
Yep.
Okay. If you can't do that, then, you can lay it on its back. You just may have to, like, put some additional, like, cooling fans and stuff like that in that same compartment to, like, make sure the Multiplus stays cool. I think that the Multiplus 2 3K doesn't have that recommendation.
I believe you're correct. Yep.
Yeah, so that one can be mounted horizontally, potentially without additional cooling fans. But realistically, like, with those Multiplus installs, like, if you're limited on your space, you can mount it how you have to mount it. Just don't mount it upside down, I think, is the main thing. That would just be hard anyway. And then just, like, plan for cooling fans. Yeah.
Cool. Scott asks, do you think Victron is going to make a Multiplus that will see the two legs of a typical RV Onan generator? Currently, I'm using a Victron auto transformer to solve the issue.
Oh, that's tough to tell. I know the problem that you're talking about, and that's a pretty technical discussion. So they don't have those those kind of generators are so weird because it's two legs of in-phase power. Will they do something that fixes that? Yes. Will it be soon? Probably not. I think they have too many other projects on their plate that are more pressing, basically.
That makes sense. With two Victron Multiplus 3000s and a 50 amp RV, I can only handle half of the amps available when plugged in. Should I rewire the RV to keep some appliances available only on shore power?
You should have all of your power available to you from 50 amp shore power if your system's been kind of like wired properly from the start. I don't see any reason why you shouldn't. Yeah, from shore. No, that's kind of a strange problem. I would kind of like revisit maybe how that's wired into the system. But if you have like two multipluses, it should absolutely be able to handle all 50 amps of power from shore coming through. Yeah, so that's kind of a weird. It seems like there's something else going on there.
Yep, agreed. My smart shunt almost always shows a wrong value based on the BMS. I've calibrated it a few times now and changed it to measure for lower loads like 0.3 amps, hoping it will fix the issue.
That sounds like a settings problem. You're talking about the calibrated it for the BMS. If it's like a Battleborn battery, we've got some cheat sheets around for that. If you purchased all this stuff from us, just shoot us a tech support email and we'll send over a cheat sheet for that BMV 712 to get that up and running. If you're using a different type of battery, we can still send you that same cheat sheet, but it's not going to be as accurate for that. But you may reach out to your battery manufacturer for some guidance on that. But that very much sounds like a settings problem.
Okay. Rick asks, is the 150 amp mega fuse correct on the links to the DC panel using 2-gauge wire? I thought I saw 100 amp in the past. Links to the DC panel.
Links to DC panel, we use 6-gauge wire and a 100 amp fuse.
Yep. Yeah, where are you seeing that is 100 amp and 2-gauge wire?
Yeah, because that's a different. I'm not sure what that would be from. Yeah, because we've never had a panel that you could use 2-gauge on.
Okay. I've watched your video on 12 versus 24 versus 48 volt systems. If I'm only using shore power and solar, have your views changed on a 48 volt mobile system since?
No, I don't think so. I think in that video that you're talking about, I think I haven't really changed my kind of thought process on that. It's still pretty straightforward because the battery switches and all that kind of stuff, they're still only rated for 48 volts nominal, which is not appropriate for a 48 volt battery bank because it charges at nearly 60 volts. Yeah, you definitely get into problems of fuses and switches and breakers and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, no, I'm still. I mean, unless you're trying to do 10,000 watts of inverting power in your mobile electrical system, say sticking with 12 volt or 24 volt is still the answer there.
Yep. Steve said, planning my budget system, Renogy 2000 watt inverter, Renogy 60 amp DC to DC charger, Chin's 200 amp hour lithium batteries, 250 amp alternator. Should I splurge on a Victron smart shunt and battery monitor? Is it compatible?
Yeah, I would say even with all those Renogy components and stuff like that, I would still go with the Victron charge controller. I'm sorry, the Victron smart shunt. Or BMV 712. I mean, realistically, it's the same thing. One just has a gauge. One just is Bluetooth only. Both of them have Bluetooth, but one has a gauge. I think that the features on the Victron Smart Shunt are way worth it over the Renogy battery monitor. If you'll watch, I think it was last week's video where we were fixing broken systems at VanFest in Utah. Pretty much every system that we were dealing with that had a Renogy battery monitor in it, it was like that was the problem, like every single time. And so it was like it just doesn't have the right parameters in it to like be as accurate as it should be. So what's a smart shunt cost?
No clue.
Testing
off
you.
the top of my
It's
head.
just a shade over $100, I think. So like in the grand scheme of things, that's definitely worth it if it's going to guarantee you that you're going to be seeing more accurate data from charging, discharging, and battery storage. So I would say if you're going to build a system that doesn't have any Victron components in it except for one Victron component, I would say that the Smart Shunt or BMV 712 should be the first one. I think a charge controller should be the second one. So
cool. I just bought the 50 amp buck boost for my 24 volt setup. Is that the right way to go?
Yeah, that's fine. Yep, I think it's a good part component.
Yeah.
It's going to charge a 24 volt battery bank from a 12 volt alternator at a rate of 50 amps on the 12 volt side of things.
Yeah. What software do you use for your wiring diagrams?
We use Microsoft Visio for everything. We've been using Visio since probably 2019, 2018 or so. So we have a ton of diagrams that we've built, and parts and breakers and switches and lugs and fuses and wire sizes and all that kind of stuff that we've added into all those diagrams over thousands of hours of being in Visio. And yeah, that's what we used to make it. So I almost have to put that sort of disclaimer about how many hours we spent in Visio, because I don't want y'all to like think that you can pay the $15 for Visio and then your diagrams are going to look like ours. We just have a ton of like man hours in those. So if you want a free alternative to Visio, check out draw.io. That's a good free alternative. That's not going to make like super, super pretty diagrams, but as far as like it just working, like it's going to be fine. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Glenn asks, I have 440 watt solar panels and 4 130 smart solar charge controllers for my motorhome. Is it best to use 4 DC disconnects versus 2 dual rotary disconnects that we use? Output to links, do I need an isolation switch?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So if you got 4 solar arrays going to 4 charge controllers, you could just use 2 of our isolator switches that we have. They have, 4 terminals in each one, so 2 positive, 2 negative. So you'd run 2 of your solar arrays through one of the isolators, and then same for the remaining 2 arrays. And then you don't need an isolation switch between the charge controller and the links distributor. No, you can just go straight from the charge controller to the links distributor, like in all of our tutorials and videos. Yep.
Mark said, my Bluetooth app for my battery BMS shows a different state of charge than the state of charge in the Servo GX display using the Victron Smart Shunt.
Sounds like a settings issue. It's hard to say, specifically what setting it would be, but I would dive back into the settings and figure out why. Because I've seen some BMSs that display the state of charge that's actually less accurate than a shunt-based battery monitor. So it's kind of hard to say, but basically.
Mark asks, can you briefly go over how we can hook up a generator auto start stop box from the Onan 2500 to the Servo?
No. I can't.
I don't think that's a brief discussion.
No, that's not a brief discussion, because it also depends on how your specific generator is all wired up. If you do a Google search for Victron Servo GX generator start stop, you're going to get a 60-page document from Victron that's highly, highly detailed on how to do that. I don't have any videos on it just yet. Kind of like me personally, I'm more of the school of thought. I would rather turn my generator on manually every time instead of have the Servo do that. Because if my generator has to automatically turn on, I would rather be very much in the know of like why did my generator need to turn on? Is my battery low? Like so on and so forth. And also the side of me that likes to think of problems before they actually exist. Like I also want to like get out and make sure that like my generator, like the exhaust isn't like pointing towards some like dry grass or something like that. I'm just not a huge fan of auto starts on generator. But yeah, if you do want to go down that direction, yeah, search for Servo GX auto generator start, and Victron has some really good documentation on how to make that work.
Nice. Okay, RS says, I'm using the 50 amp Explorer's Life wiring setup with a Multiplus 2x120. I have a BMV 712 and Servo GX. I added a smart shunt as an energy meter for wiring back to the OEM battery bank. Currently, my smart shunt only reads about 50% of power being drawn compared to a DC clamp on the 12-volt positive line. I clamp the chassis ground and see about 5 amps coming back through the chassis. Do I need to move the chassis ground beyond the second shunt so all power returns through both shunts?
Ooh, that's tough to say without seeing how that's actually set up. Because if power is, you have to be real careful with those, with like a secondary shunt and where the chassis grounds are, and your chassis ground strategy there. I mean, that's sort of one of the reasons we don't really put a chassis ground. I'm sorry, a shunt as an energy meter between the Lynx distributor and the OEM battery bank. I'm not sure like what kind of data, like useful data, I would like be able to gather from that energy meter. But yeah, you definitely want to like play around with where those chassis grounds are connected into the system. Or if it's just giving you problems, like maybe just get rid of that shunt altogether and not even like use that and just use the main system shunt. I think that you'll get all the information that you need from that main system shunt without the need for a secondary one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. How can I warm Victron 330 amp hour batteries for wintertime? What's the best way to keep them warm?
Let's see.
It's a very tough one.
Yeah, so for keeping the batteries warm and stuff like that, there's with Victron batteries in particular. I'm not sure what Victron recommends for warming their own batteries. I'm not sure if they have a specific like warming pad or whatever the case is. A lot of people is just going to keep their batteries in their in the like climate controlled portion of their van, and then the heater is just going to like keep everything warm. Bed, batteries, all the stuff.
Yeah, I think the follow-up question to your question would be, are you talking about for storage purposes, or are you talking about for like camping in colder climates?
Yeah, because if it's just camping in colder climates and the batteries are installed in the van, the diesel heater that's warming up everything else in the van is going to keep the batteries warm. If it's in storage, then that's a different conversation. It's like, well, do you need to keep them warm? Can you just turn off the system and let it go into storage? Do you keep your diesel heater like at 50 degrees or something like that? All kinds of options there. I don't know which one I like necessarily prefer, and I feel like my preferred method probably just changes on a day-to-day basis. There are like battery heating pads out there, but some of those make me nervous because some of them like might get too hot and be kind of bad for the case of the battery. So I would be pretty, cautious about those. But yeah, just a couple options.
Yep. Cool. I just bought some Renogy solar panels, a 200-watt panel, 2 100-watt panels for 400 total watts. Parallel calculation equals 493.8 watts. What does that mean? How can it be higher?
So it's kind of tough to tell without seeing the actual panel stats. But it sounds like you found our video on mix and match solar panels. It sounds like you may be taking the open circuit voltage instead of the VMP, which is what the voltage is going to be when the panel is actually working. Maybe. Yeah.
I have a 100-watt briefcase solar kit that I'd love to hook up into my batteries when I do set it out. I've already purchased the external connector that you sell. I'm guessing, are you asking what else do you need?
I have a 100 amp briefcase.
100 watt.
100 watt. Yeah, so I think maybe the second half didn't quite come through. Push enter too early or something. But with the, let's see, let's screen share over here. So we have ground deploy solar array kits. So wiring kits, solar array wiring kits, and then scrolling down to briefcase panels here. And then, so these are going to show everything that you need to hook, any of these systems up to, or any of these like portable, like ground deploy arrays up to a charge controller and through the Links distributor. Now, all of these are assuming that you already have a solar isolator in your system from a rooftop solar array. So, this kit doesn't include that because it assumes you already have that, but you can always add that if this is your first and only solar panel setup. So maybe that helps. I'll drop the link to this page into the chat. That way you can click on it and see if that maybe answers the question a bit. Hey, I spelled that right too. It's like right behind the camera, so I can't see what I'm typing. Okay, back to this camera.
Nice. I'm going to drop to this one just because it annoyed me. But why does Battleborn tell me not to listen to anything you say?
Huh, I haven't.
That's a great question. Why does Battleborn say that when they sponsor our channel?
Yeah, that would be a weird thing.
I don't know if there's a particular person at Battleborn that doesn't like us, but Battleborn as a whole is our title sponsor on this channel.
Yeah, we've been working with Battleborn for since 2017, and we've trained a lot of their service techs and customer service reps. So it's as they've grown, it's been kind of an interesting thing to see some service reps who may just not really know our relationship with their own company. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know, but Battleborn wouldn't be sponsoring our channel if they didn't recommend the parts and systems and designs and everything like that that we put out. So,
yeah. Perhaps pose that question to them next time they tell you that you shouldn't listen to us. Then why do they sponsor us?
Or quit trolling us if that's not what they actually said.
Yeah. Okay. Charlie asked, "What are your favorite puck lights to use?" I wouldn't say we really have any favorite puck lights. I've been researching this a lot because we actually get this question quite a bit, and we don't really have any that we truly recommend. And I've been trying to research different types of puck lights and things like that, and ultimately they're all made in the same place. They're all made to the same, roughly the same quality. I haven't found like a high quality puck light at all. So the ones that we have in our van and the ones that we had in our previous van, they were just some off of Amazon that had decent reviews.
Yeah, basically. Ace goo or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Okay, 6 100-watt panels in 2S3P. Do I need to use fuses per series string?
Ooh, I have a video specifically about how to size and if you need to use fuses in a solar array. If you will search for Explorus Life when to fuse solar panels, that is going to bring you to a video that will explain that. Or if you haven't bought your panels and such yet, you can go over to our solar array wiring kits that I've got here and just grab whatever solar array wiring kit that you're after, because I've already done the math on all of these and they include all of the proper fusing as necessary for the various panels installed. Okay.
With a 24-volt system, two 230 amp hour batteries, 2-watt wiring, multi-plus 24-volt 3K, what T-fuse is optimal? I've drawn in a 350 amp T-fuse, but for some reason noted 300 amp beside it, and now I'm unsure as to what I was thinking.
With the single system with a 24 volt system with a multi-plus 24 volt
3K.
3K.
I don't know that answer off the top of my head, but I will say that Victron specifically calls out what size
Yep.
fuse to use in the manual, so just check the manual.
Yeah, it's in the manual.
Will you guys, for a fee, review systems if you have pictures and parts lists?
Basically no. We have system designs that work for probably 95% of the people that come to us. And we're always going to be trying to talk somebody into just going with one of those system designs instead of sort of like reinventing the wheel. We used to offer that service, but after enough times of people coming to us with ultimately like incorrect and unsafe system designs, and we're like, hey, you just spent, $100 or whatever on this review, and now I'm just telling you to throw it away and go with one of our systems. I hated that process because it made me feel terrible. Like, I hate people wasting money, and so basically, no, we don't offer that anymore. We'd rather just have you all go through our system designs, and then all of our system designs are really, really modular, and so you can build a near infinite amount of types of systems with the kits that we have available. So, yeah.
Is it worthwhile to put a switch on the Orion when we only want to use it for solar charging and not affect the fuel economy by using the DC to DC charging if we know it's going to be a sunny day?
I don't know. Maybe. We usually don't put the switch on the Orion. But I think if that's something that you want to do, it's easy enough to do. Basically you're just putting a switch on the remote input little pin, that little green pin that's on the bottom of the Orions. You're just breaking that connection basically. So you just undo that little loop and then put some 16 gauge wire to a switch and then 16 gauge wire from the switch back to the Orion. And that would be your switch for it. It's pretty easy to do. It doesn't cost very much. Cost of a switch and some 16 gauge wire, and you're pretty much good to go there. So I don't think I necessarily worry about it, but if that's something that you like or feel strongly about, then go for it.
Okay, Dylan asks, now Victron Multiplus 3000 12-volt fan just started running all the time when plugged into shore power. The only thing that changed was I hooked up my 700 watts of solar to the 400 amp hour battery bank.
I would say that the fan, whenever the batteries are actively charging, when that Multiplus is actively charging, it seems like that fan does kick on pretty much immediately. Which is normal. It's just going to, the cooler the Multiplus stays, the faster it's going to charge and the better it's going to work. And so the Multiplus just kind of proactively, it's well, I'm about to have to start charging, so we're going to go ahead and kick that fan on and make sure that I stay nice and cool. So I just manifest myself as a Multiplus.
Great.
Whoa, my gosh, that noise. Thanks.
Cool. Let's see. For shore power, what's the difference between using plug into house versus plugged into a Honda portable generator?
It's basically going to be the same thing. Whether you're plugging into a 15 amp outlet at a house versus if you're plugging into a 15 amp outlet on the side of a Honda generator. So the Multiplus is going to treat it as the same.
Yep. Okay, I'm upgrading OEM components on a truck camper versus a full retrofit or redesign, including simple solar. Do you have videos or diagrams for installing a simple battery disconnect?
We don't have a specific video about simply installing just a battery disconnect, but I think in every full install that we've ever done, we've wired a battery disconnect. So if you kind of just spend some time on those and scroll to, scrub to that part of the video, it's pretty simple to hook up a battery disconnect. Just, putting your lug onto wire and connecting the lug to the disconnect. So should be pretty straightforward for the most part. But
Yeah.
yeah, I think those videos will at least point you in the right direction, give you some inspiration for whatever you've got going on.
Larry asked if we have any regrets that we didn't get the extended transit.
No. Those extended transits, man, the ass end of those things is so hangs over the back of the rear axle so much.
Yeah, it really does.
Yeah. I think if you weren't really doing any like, forest roads and stuff like that, maybe that would work good. But, we like exploring forest roads and Buff Pass that I don't think you could make it all the way to the top if we had a extended transit. I don't have a single regret for our own personal needs on that transit.
Yeah, agreed. Okay. Oh, Rick is clarifying on the earlier question about the megafuse size to the DC panel. He was talking about going from the links to the previous battery location on the trailer tongue, 30 amp trailer, is 150 amp megafuse and 2 gauge, correct?
Yes. Yep. 150 amp and 2 gauge. Yep.
Okay. Simon asked, I'm interested in installing a 240 volt plan, 50 amp shore power to accommodate 1 or 2 mini split ACs. Do you foresee a video on this type of scenario?
We'll be doing a video over dual multi-plus setups sometime next year. We won't be doing a full install on an RV with that, but the tabletop demo is going to give a pretty good representation of, how that ends up looking. And, we've already got a full kit, for that available, because I think this question's been asked a few times, so let's just kind of show that. So we have a full kit available for split phase on these. So you go to our store, shop.explorers.life, and then down to down to electrical systems and over to build your own electrical kit, and then down to motorhome. We've got one for motorhome and tow behind camper, so it's nearly the same thing. So motorhome, wait for that to load up, and then we can come down here to the Explore XX. That is our dual multi-plus wiring kit. Click into that, and this is pretty much the biggest system that we have on our site. Yeah, so, realistically, hard to see on just the preview image and stuff like that. But we've got all the breakers and such that it's going to take to wire the OEM wiring into the dual multi-pluses. So if you can follow a diagram, like you could follow this, and, we do plan on doing a video, but in the meantime, if you're kind of antsy to get moving on that process, then we have the kit and the diagram already ready for that. And as far as, splicing into the factory OEM equipment and such, there are a lot of people on our website, so it's running a little slow. Sorry about that. We have a broken picture here. Darn.
Oh, darn.
But yeah, it's like this particular breaker system, as shown on the wiring diagram, is going to make all of that connection, and it's going to also protect the negative going, or the neutral wire going to the OEM breaker box, which, if you're doing dual multi-pluses, can potentially be overloaded when connected to 30 amp shore power in phase when the power assist feature of the multi-plus kicks in. So we've kind of come up with some solutions to make that an option, and it's pretty straightforward by following the diagrams. Yep.
Cool. Jerry said, do AC and DC system grounds go to the same place in a vehicle system?
I got to do a video over this one. This is a common question. So basically, no. That neutral to ground bond is going to happen inside of the multiplus at the neutral to ground bond relay. You don't have to. You shouldn't connect the AC ground to the DC ground, because that ground should happen, or the neutral to ground bond should happen either at the shore power pedestal or inside of the van or camper. And the neutral to ground bond relay inside of the multi-bus is going to handle that, because it needs to, that location needs to change depending on whether you are or are not connected to shore power. But our wiring diagrams show that. You don't need to do anything above and beyond on that regard.
Okay. MPPT 150/45 versus 150. Can you briefly explain an advantage in one over the other based on 540 potential upgrade to 810? It says amp hours, I assume watts, matching the adequate solar charging by ground and with roof with 2 MPPTs. No, actually, I think they are talking about amp hours here.
Yeah, 540 to 810 in the future. I'm not quite following that question exactly, but yeah, I mean, if you have, if your solar panels aren't any different, they're not like changing or anything like that, like you don't get more power out of just getting a bigger charge controller. As long as your charge controller is properly sized for your solar panels, like it is what it is, and that's pretty much going to be proper. All of our solar array wiring kits on our store have been properly sized for the charge controllers that are included in those various kits. So you kind of don't have to do that. Now, if you're like thinking about upgrading and stuff like that, you could always like plan ahead for the upgrade and then kind of like back down on the actual solar panels installed. There's nothing wrong with oversizing the charge controller, except you're kind of wasting money, like if you're never going to upgrade. So that's basically that.
On your Transit, you use the Nomadic R3000 air conditioner. On my same unit, the full power mode is not any different than the eco mode, except that it eats 100 amps, but no change in cooling.
I don't think we've used really anything other than the eco mode.
Yeah,
on ours.
I don't have any data points on that because we always keep it in eco mode.
Yeah, we haven't run any tests or anything like that. So
yeah, that is interesting though. I'd be interested to see if.
Yeah, I wish that's what's going on there. Oh, okay.
Your screen is way behind for some reason. I don't know why.
I think this is what's actually live.
No, mine's actually live.
Oh, I guess I got moved back. Okay, that's good. I was like, is our live stream like 8 minutes
that would have been
behind?
like, yeah, 5 minutes behind. Terrible.
Okay, no, but that's not the case.
Okay. So Dave, I'm sorry, we can't really answer that question because we haven't seen that, but yeah, maybe reach out to Nomadic on that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say so too.
How do you control the Battleborn BMS from tripping continuously when powering on a system without using a light bulb as a surge capacitor? Whew.
Yeah, so you just want to have a big enough battery bank. So I suspect you've probably got 200 amp hours or 300 amp hours going to a 3 kVA inverter charger, which is too small.
Too small.
That's also what Victron also recommends a minimum of 400 amp hours of battery bank capacity. And historically, that's been the problem. So if you've got an undersized battery bank for the inverter chosen, basically you're going to have problems. I suspect that's probably what's going on there. So.
Cool. Are your designs specific for specific pre-made vehicles? If not, do you have a section to design a custom system?
Yeah, we do. So, no, our systems are like super modular and can sort of be used on, any type of systems that you guys have going on for the most part. I'd say we've got systems for, whatever 95% of people. I'll screen share here. So I would say the first thing to note is we got this new system picker, which is this down here. And this isn't actually chat with me kind of thing, but it is a thing I have programmed to make work. So you can go through here and like, ask, it's going to ask like a bunch of questions, like what kind of project are you working on? Do you have, these types of things? Yes, I need to do this. No, I don't have split phase loads. Do you need 30 amp or 50 amp shore power? 30 amps fine. How big of a battery bank are we going to need? We're going big here, so we're doing that one. And then I can't see this on my tiny screen at the moment.
It's 2 kVA, 3 kVA, or 5 kVA.
Yeah, we for sure need 5 kVA on this particular system. And so it's going to give you that recommendation of the Explore More van wiring kit. And you can kind of play around with that parts, that chooser that's down here in this little pop-up. Or you can also go to the shop and then go to build your own electrical kits. And that's going to take you to the following page when it loads, because there's so many people on the site at the moment. And yeah, we have, so like I would say the 6 categories of systems that we have set up. Oh, and now it's loading. I can actually show it. Is camper van, expedition truck, schoolie, truck camper, tow behind camper, and motorhome. These 3, camper van, expedition truck, and schoolie, I'm gonna let you in on a secret. They're all the same system. Like they're the exact same systems. The schoolies and expedition trucks are typically going to have a bigger system in them, which we have bigger systems available in there. But realistically, these are all considered like our from scratch options. So this is like you're buying a shell of like a van, a shell of an expedition truck, or a shell of a schoolie, and then you're installing literally everything from scratch. These next 3 are for truck campers, tow behind campers, and motorhomes. So the truck camper, that's pretty straightforward, just a truck camper. The tow behind camper, that could be a 5th wheel or a bumper pull camper in 50 amp shore power or 30 amp shore power, and then same thing on motorhome basically. So you can kind of play around with these and select, and all these systems are so similar that you can watch any of our tutorials and you're going to be able to learn how all of these systems work and are able to wire them together. For example, I was talking about, the van, expedition truck, and schoolie systems are the exact same. The tow behind camper and the motorhome, those are almost the exact same. The literal only difference between the tow behind camper and the motorhome systems is the tow behind camper systems have a Anderson connector at the hitch where you would be disconnecting and connecting from that. The motorhome, you don't need to disconnect because, the motorhome part comes with the
You don't disconnect the truck from the motorhome.
Yeah, that's not a thing that you do. So that's how we've got all of our systems set up in various sizes. So it's like, do we have a spot to do, custom? Not really necessarily, but if you start to go into some of these and you go to this Explore 30 amp tow behind camper wiring kit, the way that Steph has this set up now is pretty cool. We haven't showed this on the live stream yet, so if this is getting repetitive, this is going to be something new. So we've got this set up to where it's like you can choose different things. So programming for the multi-plus, your inverter charger, that's kind of, it is what it is. You can choose different sizes of battery bank systems. So if instead of doing 4 batteries, you want to use 2 of the 270 amp hour Battleborn batteries, that's an option as well. You just have to meet the minimum amp hour requirements for the system that we've got listed at the bottom of the page. All this kind of stuff. You've got options to have different lengths of 12 volt OEM battery bank relocation kits. So you can choose lengths. I think the most, over on the monitoring side, you can choose to use the BMV 712, or you can use the Smart Shunt with the Serbo, or you can choose to use the Link Shunt with the Serbo. You got options there. You can add a roof solar array, and Steph has put in here all kinds of different options for different solar array wiring kits that you can choose. So you can sort of start to see how, although this isn't like custom, it's almost custom at this point. Like it's pre-designed, given that you're okay with kind of sticking within those parameters, which is historically what we've found works the best anyway. And so you have a ton of customizability, but it's not necessarily custom, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. And we're always adding to that too. So, hopefully as we as we add more kits to it and more options, that it'll be even more customizable going forward.
Yep.
Cool. Could you use the Orion on-off switch that we were talking about earlier to bypass the Orion in order to use the battery boost button to jump the vehicle through the house batteries, similar to what you showed on your mother's camper?
I don't know how you do that. Using the Orion on-off.
I don't know that would work to send power the other way.
To bypass the Orion in order to use. I think it's best to keep those separate. I mean, if you've got a good idea and you think it's going to work, then maybe play around with it. But I think the way that we did it with Mom's motorhome was, if I was doing it again, I'd probably just do it the same way that we did it. I think that was probably the best way it was easy. I mean, that whole process took an hour. Like, that was also like figuring out how to make it work and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, there's a bunch of different ways to do things, but I think that if I was doing it again, I would just stick with the way that we did it.
Yeah. Cool. I'm looking at the site for the ground deploy solar, and the smallest is for 400 watts. Since mine is only 100 watt, does that change anything? I know what you're talking about. Yeah, on the, let's see, there should actually be a 200 watt one on the ground deploy solar array kits.
Yeah, let's we'll hop over there and look, because I know what you're talking about.
And ultimately, no, it doesn't really change anything. Since you have 100 watts, if you go with the 200 watt one, I think there's, go to briefcase panel. Or actually, I might. There's a 200 watt. I can't remember though. Is your battery bank a 24 volt battery bank? If you could pop that into the chat. But ultimately, the 200 watt that we have on there, I believe, is our smallest charge controller, and so nothing would really change there.
So, well, if it was a 24 volt battery bank, if you had basically a single, nominal 12 volt solar panel, that wouldn't even charge a 24 volt battery bank, because the voltage
no, and
wouldn't
that's
be high
why
enough.
On a 24 volt battery bank, that's why the smallest one is 400 watts, because it just does not have. Okay, they do have 12 volts. So okay, so that doesn't really matter.
So basically, like you could take this, and if you already have your solar panel, you could just. Can they get rid of that? Yeah, you just drop that down to 0, and then everything else would be the same. Like you could use that same MPPT 7515 wiring kit, because that's the smallest one that Victron makes, right? Did they make a 7510?
I don't remember. I think so, actually. 7510 and 7515, I think, are the two smallest.
Yeah, but ultimately, like, you're talking about like $45 at that point with that charge controller. So,
that's the charge controller wiring kit.
Oh, yeah. I was like, wow, that's really cheap. Oh, actually, like,
$67 is still pretty cheap.
Yeah, that's for a charge controller. But yeah, that's basically how you do that. And then if you already have like one of our roof solar array setups, so yeah, you just be using the add-on ground deploy array, because you're adding on to your roof solar basically. Yep. But you could use your single 100 watt panel just fine like that too.
Yeah, you're not seeing that page on your phone. It may just be that there's not the filters on your phone. Sometimes on different devices, the filters will go away.
Oh.
But if you go to shop, and will you do this up here?
Here, let me just drop the link to that one with the filters. How do I do that? Okay, briefcase filters, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, there you go.
Here we go. So here's the link with the filters.
I don't know if the filters stay on.
Yeah, filters might not stay on, actually. We'll drop it down there anyway. Ground deploy. Oh my gosh. Oh wait, no, I'll just link to that specific page.
There you go.
That's what I'm talking about. That's using the old noggin. Okay, there you are. So there's, I just shared the link for this specific one. Okay, sweet.
Cool. Okay. Am I remembering correctly that you need a VE bus smart dongle to communicate via Bluetooth with the Multiplus, even if using the servo?
Yeah, basically. Oops, let me get out of here. Yeah, basically, you need, if you're wanting to connect to the Multiplus via Bluetooth through the Victron Connect app, you need that VE bus smart dongle. I think most people usually go either or on that one. You can do both, but you know, if you spend the money on the servo and you're, I don't know, trying to save a little bit of money and not do the, you can do everything on the servo that you can do on the VE bus smart dongle.
Yeah.
Except change it wirelessly.
Okay. Jason says, with 880 amp hours and combined parallel discharge rating of 600 amps, could one jumpstart a starter battery from the lithium bank in an emergency situation?
Yep. Yeah.
There are a lot of people that are asking about the jumpstart
Yeah.
scenario.
Yeah. Yeah, you can definitely jumpstart if you have like a heavy gauge wire, you know, 2-aught, 4-aught, something like that. It's going all the way back to the starting battery, and then have like a little push button isolator like the Blue Sea MLACR in line. That's what we had in our old Sprinter, and that worked. Yeah, I mean, we jump started our old Sprinter a couple times in that method. Yeah, we don't have a kit for like that charging leg. You can't do it like through the Orion. But yeah, as far as like jump starting goes, you know, the other option is to carry like a jump starting like portable pack. So yeah, a couple options there.
Will you show a mini split air conditioner installation?
I'm sure Mr. Cool would like to sponsor one of those videos. Yeah, I don't know, maybe if we come across a need for it. I definitely don't like rule it out necessarily. Ooh, maybe we could collaborate with the family. So, or the rest of our family owns a residential and commercial heating and air conditioning company. So, we could just bring them up here for that. No, I don't know. Yeah, it's like we'll probably do a video like that one of these days. It's not on the schedule at the moment yet, but yeah.
Damon asked, used your 30 amp RV plan. Whenever I disconnect to battery, when I turn it back on, I have to connect the charger to wake the battery BMS. Inverter is off. Let's see.
Sounds like the BMSs and the batteries are shutting down.
The BMS and the battery is shutting it down. What does the rest of your setup look like? How many amp hours of batteries do you have?
How many amp hours of batteries?
I think this might be going back to that same thing that we've gone over a few times of just undersized battery banks.
Yep.
Dylan asked, after the BMV 712 says battery bank is 100%, shouldn't the Multiplus stop shore power charging? Victron app is showing Multiplus is still trying to accept 1200 watts, 85 amps of shore power after 100%.
So when it gets to 100%, it's going to start to taper off on that, but it's not going to be necessarily an immediate switch kind of thing. Yeah, basically. So that 100 amps, the 100%, it could be actually like 97% or something like that. But it's all that's going to happen in time. Like it's not going to overcharge unless it's doing that for a half dozen hours or something like that. A half dozen hours? Why did I say it like that?
I don't know.
Like 6 hours. Yeah, basically.
Damon just said 2K inverter with 200 amps of batteries.
Yeah, and so that is within our recommendation. 2K inverter with a 200 amp hour battery. Are they Battleborn batteries? It's a different manufacturer.
And
we'll wait on that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
We'll come back to that.
Yeah. Let us know what kind of batteries are in there, and is this happening every single time?
Yeah.
Okay, Rick says, I have your diagram that uses the 150-100 solar charge controller. I have the 150-70. Do I still use 2-gauge to the links with a 150 amp mega fuse?
Our 150-70 solar charge controller wiring kit has a 100 amp fuse.
It's an 80 amp, I believe. The 170?
Yeah, 80 amp fuse.
Should be an 80 amp fuse with 2-gauge wire. Yes.
80 amp fuse, 2-gauge wire.
Okay, Damon said LI time.
Yeah, that's tough to tell. Usually works with Battleborn batteries, just with the 200 amp hours. You may have to add an additional battery. That would probably solve that problem. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Basically. I won't even try to convert you over to Battleborn. I'll just say that you probably you're going to have to buy another battery. Because that battery probably can't, the BMS on that battery probably can't handle the inrush current of the Victron 2K inverter charger. So in the manual for the Victron 2K, it actually specs a minimum of like 350 amp hours of battery bank capacity. We spec 200 amp hours as the minimum because it actually used to be 200 amp hours as the minimum for the Multiplus 2K. And so we're like, well, that was a weird change. And I don't know how long it was changed before I even like realized that it was changed. Like I don't get notifications when those changes happened, unfortunately. And so that was kind of one of those things. It's like, well, it has been working fine for most everybody. Let's just keep it the same. So you may have kind of fallen into one of those like shoulder cases and stuff like that. So,
yeah. Can you give us a thorough review of your air conditioner? If it's 100 degrees outside, what is it inside? I stay up all night doing astrophotography and sleep in the day. I want AC, but I'm concerned about it.
Yeah, we'll do a big review one of these days. It's kind of hard actually because we live in Northwest Colorado, and so it's not like we get like 2 weeks of 90-degree temperatures in August, and like that's about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like if we go somewhere,
yeah, we don't even have air conditioning in our house actually.
Yeah.
Like none of our houses that we've ever lived in up here have had air conditioning because it's just not worth it for the 1 or 2 weeks a year that you need it.
Yeah, and like in our office, we have a little window unit just for those little amount of times. That works fine enough. But yeah, so long story short, like we'll try to do a review of that next summer. But
yeah, next summer would be a good time to do that. Because this year, we went to a bunch of events in the summer, and we did use the air conditioner a few times, but like during the day, we weren't using it quite as much because we were using our van as a show van, so the door was open and people were in and out all day. So we never really got to see how well it worked during the day because we were really only turning it on at night. So
exactly.
So yes, eventually. Okay. Ever thought of using LTO batteries instead of lithium iron phosphate?
No, not really. Lithium iron phosphate is kind of the most popular, and most power dense battery on the market at the moment. So, I'm not a battery review channel. It's not kind of what we do. Whenever we went to, I get a battery review request every single day from all kinds of various manufacturers and stuff like that. That's just not my passion. I don't really care about that much. So, whenever there's a new type of battery composition on the market, eventually, we'll put those in. But in time, there's lots of other stuff I would rather teach about. I'd rather teach about a lot of the technical aspects of how to do this stuff and not necessarily spend as much time on the reviews of like specific products.
Yeah. Cool. Why not install a Multiplus upside down if there's lots of airflow around it?
I don't think I have a good answer about that. I don't know if it's actually disallowed. I think it specifically says don't mount it upside down in the user manual. I don't know if parts will come loose or, whenever you're going down the road, if things aren't designed to mount that way. I know for sure the mounting bracket is not designed to mount that way. It would fall off the mounting bracket. You'd just be holding it on by the bottom 2 screws. So that's probably not good. I don't know. I just would probably, that would make me super nervous.
Yeah.
Oh, and also the fans would be blowing the air the wrong direction.
I guess what would be the use case of needing to mount it upside down?
Yeah, I think that would
Because
be worse in most cases.
if you can mount it upside down, then you can mount it right side up. You've got enough room.
Yeah.
Unless it's just the wire runs, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, and the fans would be blowing the wrong way.
The fans would be blown the wrong way. Yep.
Yeah, because hot air rises, and so that heat is trying to come up out of the top of the multiplus, and that's the way the fans are running inside of the multiplus too.
Okay. Let's see. I hear about all kinds of emerging battery technologies. Do you have any thoughts on what might be the next big thing that will replace lithium? Example, lithium sodium, solid state, capacitors, etc.
Probably solid state. I think so. Battleborn has been pretty transparent that that's the next thing that they're like working on. They've got a podcast where, they're talking pretty in depth on a lot of their stuff, and the owner is, Dennis Ferris. He's, a big proponent of solid state batteries. They're working on that stuff behind the scenes, but that'll probably be the next big push, I imagine.
Cool. What battery spec do I use to determine wire size? 24 volt, 230 amp hour. Oh, I'm getting way more dyslexic as the day goes on. 24 volt, 230 amp hours, 200 amp BMS, 200 amp max continuous use, 5-second max usage draw. Draw is, I believe, 400 amps.
So your load,
That's a lot of numbers.
so your fuse size coming from your battery bank is going to be determined by the loads that you're asking the battery bank to power. I think I said this earlier in the stream, but it was like, if you're powering, if you've got that battery bank and all you've got connected to it is a single puck light, you can use 16 gauge wire and a 5 amp fuse. But if you're powering a 3,000 watt inverter, your wire size and your fuse size choices are going to be much bigger. So all of the wiring diagrams and wiring kits that we have on our store at shop.explorers.life, that is scrolling down here, have all those wire sizes already figured for you. If those systems don't quite fit what you've got going on, the user manual of whatever component you're trying to install should have that information in there. And if it doesn't, then we have a wire sizing calculator on our site that should help as well. So a couple different options for making sure you get the right wire and fuse size.
Yep, that calculator is under the tools function at explorers.life or shop.explorers.life.
Nice. Oh, yep, sure enough. I didn't realize it was on the store.
Yeah, it's in both places. Cool. Yeah, that was actually the last question.
Wow.
We made it through. How many pages? That was 13 pages of questions, and I know we missed some because this I didn't realize that you couldn't scroll back to infinity. So, but I hope you guys got all of your questions answered, and thanks for tuning in. It's been really fun. We've been at this for I don't know, 5 hours?
Yeah, 5 hours.
That's
So that was a long stream.
Yeah.
I think we'll cut it off here. If no more questions are rolling in, hopefully we're able to get some of your questions answered. We got some Black Friday shopping to go do online, of course. I'm not going anywhere. But
I'm not going anywhere.
that's what we're going to do. And I appreciate all of y'all showing up. And like I said, we've still got flash sales going on our website. For the rest of today, flash sales on various items, just going to the homepage and then shop here up at the flash sales, as well as our full system kits are on sale through Monday night. So you can see all those up here. These will go away when they are gone. I think that's it. Steph, you got anything else?
No, thank you guys so much for joining us, and it's been really fun.
Awesome.
I've had a great time.
I have too. So cool. We'll see everybody later.